Hey everyone, it's Brave here again. I've got a new poem I've written, and it's to do with my ancestors and also to do with social injustice that affects us, the descendants of people who were taken into slavery and forced to be for generations under slavery for well over 300 years. And it's kind of a poem centered around how, even though slavery ended, physical slavery, where people were put in chains and held in places, but even in today's world, there is still mental slavery, there is still brainwashing and people feeling inferior to others. And so, like I said before, I'm from a mixed heritage, so I have more than about 4 different races that are in my mixed family, and so I'm proud of all of them. I claim all my heritage, and but this particular family heritage is to do with my African ancestors who were taken from West Africa, so that's like taken from what would have been Benin, which the Dahomey, which is like the kingdom that had the all-female warrior bodyguards, and I think in Black Panther film, the women, the bald-headed female bodyguards of T'Challa, which was the main character, the king of Wakanda, that is actually, they're based on real women who existed. So yeah, my family descend from part of the families from Benin, which would have been connected to the people who would have I think Benin and Togo, they call it now, and Nigeria as well, and some Ghanaian as well. So that's all from West Africa. That was mainly where people were being taken from. So so this poem I've written, I'm going to read it now. It's quite long, but I'm proud to read it. So the title I chose for it is "Never Be Like the Evil We're Fighting Against. We Descend from Warriors." Okay, so here goes. Through the corridors of time, one thing that destroys like a landmine, many people with mouths full of lies, so much deceit and bad intentions in their eyes. The proof they cannot hide of the evil they try to justify. So much injustice, hypocrisy, and oppression, causing riots in the streets. They took everything we ever had, and yet it was still not enough to gratify the monstrous minds full of hate, greed, and sloth. From cradle to grave, the game has been set up against us, but we will fight the good fight, still relentless. I never want to hear their excuses. How dare you pretend you had never abused generations of human beings who had the birthright to be free. We despise your lies, your hate, your evil heart. You knew you were wrong right from the very start. It could all be so simple, but you'd rather make it hard, needlessly leaving generations scarred. How dare you refuse to treat people fairly and equally? You put people in chains. What's been done is unforgivable and absolutely insane, leaving us with unforgettable, never-ending generational pain. Our ancestors' cries fell on deaf, evil ears and sadly magnified the fears that the ones they held dear could be sold and bought without any remorse or sympathetic thought. But our ancestors carried a fire and a courage within their heart to fight, to move forward through the darkest night. An unbreakable warrior spirit that reminded them to take back their rights. The blood and the pain overflowed like dirt in the rain, but the war is not yet over. Society must go much further to make sure that the higher to make sure that history's past stain cannot sustain. Fighting to remain free of the nights of terror that many had no choice but to see. We break chains, we teach all brains by exposing history's evil false claims of our people. For your descendants, the walk has been hard, but with the strength of your bloodlines, we will always be on guard to keep fighting against injustice, oppression, and the like, because we refuse to endure more scars and to lose our birthright. I don't want anyone to die for me. Don't cry for me, just live for me, and just fight till we are all set free. To stop history repeating is our main goal. We're passing on the knowledge to remind all. To remind all not to be a sellout and to always be proud and to never forget the greatness from which we came and to never be afraid to shout it aloud. We must be the change we want to see in the world. We must refuse to be like the evil we are fighting against. We need to remember to unite, live and let live, and help each other. Dear ancestors, please watch over us. Please walk by our side and protect us. In times of trouble, I remember what you endured, and I remember that you had survived much worse atrocities. And so I must get up every time the bad of this world knocks me down and treats me unfairly. And I must remember to never bow my head to anyone, ever. Ancestors, lend us your strength. Keep us close. Lift us up when we think we can't go on. Keep us in the warmth of your love. Keep us safe till we depart this world. Then come to take us home, safe and sound. So that was my poem. And even though I'm specifically talking about my African ancestors, you know, anyone who's had ancestors who suffered, any human being, it doesn't matter what race they are, anyone who knows of that people they were related to have suffered, or even if you just have sympathy and compassion for the suffering of other human beings, even if they're not from your ancestry or whatever, it doesn't matter. You can still have sympathy and empathy, you know, and consider that what was done to those people was wrong. You know, like a man can have sympathy and compassion for a woman who's been through being ard. He doesn't have to be a victim of art to have sympathy for a female. You know what I mean? So just because we're different, you know, nationalities or race or whatever, doesn't mean we can't all relate to the fact that as a human being, we want to be treated fairly. We don't want to be, you know, abused. We want to be given a fair shot, a fair chance in life. And to know that there are some people who just walking down the street, they have to fear for their lives because some evil police officer could see them, lie about what they're doing and just take their life. You know, that's evil, that's awful, but that's the reality we live in. Other people can actually go up to the police, punch them in the face, knock their hat off, steal their car, go and run over a load of people, but they will be carefully arrested. They won't get killed, they won't get hurt, you know, they won't even get a bump on the head. But other people could be jogging or sitting in their house or sitting in their car eating a burger, and some evil monster, demonic monster will come up and take their life just because their skin is a different color to theirs. And it's just so painful to know that this is happening. And this is why I write these poems, because, you know, I do carry with me a lot of sadness and anger and hurt to think that so many hundreds of years ago, some terrible, awful atrocities were allowed to take place and continue for centuries against specifically my ancestry, which is my African ancestry, even though I'm mixed, but I'm very close to my Jamaican ancestry, which obviously descends back to African ancestry. And so, you know, even if I wasn't mixed with that group, I would still be horrified and feel the same anger and rage at the fact that any human being was mistreated so disgustingly for so long en masse, all based on skin color. It's so disgusting. And so for me, like, I'm a historian. I look at all history, ancient history. It doesn't have to be just with my ancestry. I look at world history, and there is so much hate and pain. And it's like, sometimes it can be people of the same race abusing each other. It doesn't even have to just be colour. If you look at Ireland, for instance, where the Irish live, they're all genetically, the same DNA, but they will, use being Catholic or Protestant as a reason to hate each other and kill each other, or you have, like in some ways, human beings seem to always find a way to separate themselves in a negative way. Instead of looking at the things that make us similar, the things we have in common, they will look for what makes us different, what makes us, what can we use against others, trying to, I don't know, it's weird to me. Like for instance, like I said, in Ireland, they're all DNA wise the same race, but yet the Catholics hate the Protestants hate the Catholics, so they use that as an excuse to kill in the name of God, even though God would not want them to kill each other in his name. But it's like, then you have, like, say if everyone took away religion, okay, then they would find a way to say, okay, well, the rich hate the poor and the poor hate the rich. So that's another division, class systems. Then you take that away. Then it will be the men hating the women, and then it will be the married people hating the non-married people, the people who are like single mothers or unwed mothers, they will get trampled on by the people who look down on that. Like, for some sick reason, the human nature is not a positive thing. Like, I'm not saying that there aren't positive human beings out there, but it feels as if, even when you look back in history, there is a lot more bad stuff than there are triumphant, amazing, unifying moments in history. And it's so depressing. Like, when I'll, do my research for as a historian, and I'll just be feeling like my heart is so heavy because all I see is sadness and cruelty and just the most disgusting, awful things that were allowed to take place, and it's just very, very painful. I mean, even like, because slavery wasn't just in, the when the Portuguese first started taking African people from Africa and putting them in their colonies, and then the British started doing it, the Americans started doing it. It wasn't just started at that point. Slavery was going on long before, like way back in time. It was just the powerful against the weak. If you happened to be not have weapons, and say the Romans showed up in your village or where you lived, and they have weapons and a big strong army, and there's only 1,000 of your village people, and then there's like a lot more, thousands and thousands of Roman soldiers who are saying, this is ours now, we're going to kidnap you, you got no say. You could try and fight back, and a lot of people did, but then it's like, some people were too scared to fight back. Some people were like, wow, I'd rather live, than, try and fight back and lose. Whereas I'm the opposite. I would rather die fighting than live under your whip or under your, tyranny. So like, when I've done a lot of research about people, who were rebelling against slave owners in Jamaica and stuff, our national heroes in Jamaica. And a lot of them, they were kidnapped as adults who were already strong warriors, who were already, intelligent people. They were not, little kids who, could be easily snatched up. They were obviously ambushed and taken, but the second they got free, And I'm talking about on the ship. The second, like, the rope was taken off their hands, they were fighting. And even though they knew, if I jump off this boat, I'm probably going to die, but I would rather take the chance to die, or I'm willing to die to keep my freedom, than stay with these kidnappings, evil people. And they didn't even know where they were being taken. They had no idea the terrible generations of slavery that was ahead of them and their children, their children's children, their great 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 grandchildren. They had no idea of this when they're being snatched up and ambushed. Imagine, people, imagine us right now. You're walking down the street, someone kidnaps you. You're a grown adult in your 30s. Maybe you're a kickboxing expert, maybe you're a boxer, maybe you're a self-defense teacher, so you're strong and intelligent. You don't take crap from anybody, but someone ambushes you, kidnaps you, suddenly you're on a boat tied up, you don't know what's going on. Then the second your hands are free, you're going to fight back. You're not going to sit there and think, oh, well, maybe it's not too bad where they're taking me. You're going to want to get home. You're going to want to get back to your family. You're going to want to get back to your kids or your country. So there were so many people who fought back and had to literally jump from the boat, and their life was, they whether they realized they were going to die or not, they made that decision that I would rather die than let these abusers take me somewhere. I don't know what they're going to do with me, but I can see how they've ambushed me and taken me, and I'm not willing to, if I can't beat them, I would rather die. And it's like, even with the when you think about the Navy, how the British Navy used to press gang people. Now that's a different subject, but it's kidnapping. They used to kidnap people, and they called it press ganging when they needed a crew for a ship. It was like they didn't have enough men, so sometimes they would literally go into a pub or a tavern, like a bar, and they would put I think it's the Queen's shilling, which is a coin. They would put this coin in their booze, in their cup of beer, and then after they drank it, they'd be like, oh my god, why is this coin in my drink? And once they held the coin, they say, oh, you accepted the king's shilling, or I think it was a king's shilling, because there was a king at the time, probably George III, in the 1700s, at that time when press ganging was quite more popular. And then they were just taken, and then if they tried to escape, they probably were beaten or threatened with murder. And so some people, they would just think, oh my gosh, I've stuck here, I have no choice, I'm already on the boat, if I jump off I'll die. Maybe I can stow away, like escape when we stop the boat somewhere. But then you'll be in another country where you might not know the language, where you don't know anyone. So there was all these weird things going on throughout history where people are being snatched up and kidnapped and abused and tortured and whatever it was. Like, it wasn't just the transatlantic slave trade. Way back in history, there was always the strong abusing the weak. It was always who's stronger, who's going to take from this person. Are you going to stop me taking it? Even when people didn't need the land you had, look at how Alexander the Great, he's put down in history as an amazing person. Oh, he was so young. Oh, he conquered so many lands. He did not need any of those places he conquered, just like Julius Caesar did not need to go all over the place conquering other people, raping, killing, looting, subjugating people. They didn't need to do that. The Romans didn't have to do that. They chose to do that. They chose to, abuse their power and take over other people's, cities and communities and force them to yield to them and, let them control them. And it was very, very, and if they couldn't control them, they would just burn everything, raise it. They used to say raise it to the ground, meaning burn it to the ground. Then they would even salt the earth, put salt in the crops, in the dirt, so that crops couldn't grow anymore. So they would damage the ability for those people to feed themselves. and have a harvest and have food. So they effectively starving them, not just the present people, but for future generations. You know, how evil is that? I mean, it's so painful to know that for centuries that evil just kept surviving. It's so sad to know that good didn't thrive, because yes, there'd be pockets of good here and there'd be people rising up against bad, but it's just so sad to see the majority of the things in history, even like past and present, you know, we can just see with the world wars, like the First World War, Britain and Germany. If you look at how those things started, those things were not civilians' choices. Those weren't like a civil war where civilians took up weapons. These were royal family members arguing amongst themselves, arguing about power. The richness and the power they had wasn't enough. So then now they want, or they were offended by another. I think it was like Queen Victoria's grandson, the Kaiser Wilhelm, was offended by the fact that he felt rejected by the family, you know, and then after she died, then he thought, oh, I can now go to war with my cousin who's King George V in England, because my grandma's dead. She was the only reason I wasn't going to war, you know. And then why was he going to war? Just because he fell out with his cousin, because the cousin picked on him when he was a kid and he had a disabled hand or something. Like, it's so ridiculous when you look at why these people were willing to let millions of their country's people go to war for their petty little ego, you know, dent. It's so disgusting, and my heart bleeds for all the lives lost. And it's sad because so many of the soldiers were just young men who lied about their age. They could have been 16, but they lied and said they were 20 or 19 or 18, you know. And then a lot of them sometimes were conscripted, which means they were forced to go. Any able-bodied male of a certain age was forced to go. And I think, I can't remember if that was during the first or the second, so it's annoying because I'm a historian. I should remember this fact, but just for a second it slipped out of my mind. But yeah, like, to think that you don't even have a choice, and if you did hide and try and like just not go to war because you thought this is ridiculous, there's no reason for me to die and go to war, people would shame you, call you a coward. So if you were sensitive to that, you'd feel bad that your community thinks you're a coward because you're not a coward. But at the same time, if you went to war and died horribly, somehow you're a hero, even though some would say, is it stupidity or is it bravery? Well, it's like you had no choice. You had to go. And if you didn't go, they put you in prison. And then if you did go, then you end up with a mental breakdown or dead, but then it's like your family are given the medal, but you're dead, you know. It's just, and then it's like, yes, okay, someone could go to war and be brave, and I'm not calling anyone a coward who went to war. I'm just saying they had no choice. If they had the choice, I'm pretty sure they would not want to leave their families and die terribly. It's different if you actually were in the army, you chose to be a soldier, and that was what you chose, then by all means, that is the life you chose. But if you were just at home with your family and then suddenly you're being conscripted to go to another country to fight for something you don't even know why you're fighting, you know? Like, there was what was it? There were some stories I'd found where young teenage, like, English soldiers during World War One were in their trench, and then there's a big area with barbed wire and a big muddy area between the German trenches and the British Army trenches. And they said that, I think it was like Christmas Eve or Christmas Day, and someone had a football or made a football out of something, and there was like a ceasefire. They literally had a ceasefire, and they were playing football the two enemy sides, and they literally were like, why are we even fighting? I don't even know why I'm fighting you. Like, and I'm not laughing, that's just me, that's just the way I talk. I'm not laughing at war or death or suffering. I just want to make that clear. And they literally did not know what is going on, and yet they could, for a moment, when they weren't being forced by their governments to hate each other, they were having fun as teenagers, and they could see the commonality of, we're both young men and we like football. But then their officers were like, stop talking to them, they're the enemy, don't get close to them, because when the time comes, we'll have to kill them, and they're just like, people will say, oh, I was just following orders, but it's like, it's just such an awful situation when you're being forced to be in a terrible war. And then when you look through history at how did that war get started, or why was it happening, it was such a trivial reason of the powers that be, who were just so pathetic and egotistical and did not care about the lives of anyone underneath them. It's very, very sad. But yeah, it's interesting how people in this day and age, 2024, descendants of people who have suffered terribly in the past, whether it's, people like me who have African DNA, even if it's a big bit, a small bit, even if you're full-blooded, part-blooded, whatever. I'm sad to see people not acknowledging their African DNA, being ashamed of it, being like hoping that people don't see it in them. If they're mixed, they want to pass for something else. If they're, pale enough, because the part of their African DNA is so far back, they kind of appear like a white Irish or a white English, people, or a Greek or a Spanish person. They don't appear like someone who's carrying Black DNA, African DNA. And because of the way the world has convinced everyone that Black people are inferior, which is not true, that is rubbish, because Africa, before slavery, before the transatlantic slave trade got huge, there was so much richness and intelligence and organized, amazing civilizations in Africa, that when these Portuguese and other people showed up at trading posts in Africa, and the French and the Dutch and all these people, when they got there, they were jealous. They were like, wow, look how much gold they have, or look how civilized their cities are, just because they're wearing less clothing and not Victorian clothing, clothing from like the 1600s when these people were going over there, or even if it was the 1400s when people were first trading, like as way back as the late 1400s. I'm talking like Christopher Columbus time, way back then. There were African sailors traveling around the world, trading with Native Americans, trading like all over the place. A lot of the maps that these Europeans used were from North Africans. So even though North Africa is different to West Africa for the cultures and the way the people look or whatever, the fact that Africa as a continent, even if it's the different parts of Africa, they were intelligent and had things going on that people were jealous of and people were using. So when you see an astrolabe, which is like I think it's something you use to track the stars, and forgive me if I'm getting that wrong, but those things were like from, I think, North Africa, I think, or like the ones, I'll have to, I'm pretty sure they were from like Muslim communities, and then the information gets passed along and traded and whatever. I mean, look at like how Vikings made it all the way to America, but didn't settle the whole country, just set up a tiny little temporary village, stone village, and then left. But people don't want to admit that anyone before Columbus was in America. Well, what about the Native Americans? do you forget about them? They were already there for millions of years. So how can you say that Columbus discovered America? He was lost, and how did even when the English people went over to America, how did they survive? The Native Americans helped them. Unfortunately, the Native Americans had no idea these people they were helping, the descendants of those people, would obliterate the people, which is awful, an awful atrocity, that the people are still being touched by that destruction. Even now, the modern people, the descendants of Native Americans, early Native Americans, are still being affected by lack of opportunities and disrespect for their culture and their race. Just like how people who are descended from early Africans are still being affected by the destruction and the disrespect that was set up the false, claims that people aren't human and all sorts of rubbish. People are, unintelligent and all this rubbish. I mean, why, if people are so unintelligent and you have to put a law up to tell people do not teach them to read, why are you so afraid of them learning to read and write? I thought they weren't human. I thought they weren't intelligent. But that if you bring a ton of slaves over who clearly you are afraid they're intelligent, and that's why you prevent anyone teaching them to read and write. You prevent anyone giving them anything that could improve their already innate intelligence. They're already intelligent, whether you teach them to read or write or not, because most human beings are going to be intelligent even if you don't teach them to read and write. Not everyone, because some people, they have to be taught a lot of stuff before they thrive, but some people are naturally intelligent, and that has nothing to do with race. And the fact that laws were put in place to stop people, letting them learn how to read. Like, why were you so afraid of them learning things? Getting knowledge, getting information, hearing things or reading things that were going on in the society, and it's so upsetting when you think of all the things that happened to people during slavery. When you think of the humiliation and the torture and the rapes and the disgusting atrocities that happened, it's unthinkable, it's unforgivable. You couldn't believe what you're reading. Like, when I've read some of the things that were done to the men, women and children, God, it just makes me want to puke with rage. I'm so angry. I'm sad at the same time, but I'm furious. That's the biggest emotion, is fury and anger, and wishing I could go back in time and put a stop to all of it, stop it ever happening, and it's so painful. And that's why I don't understand how people in this day and age do not respect the ancestors that have come before them, who had to go through so much and had dealt with so many terrible atrocities. I can't understand how anyone would say, like that stupid Kanye West saying, "Oh, slavery was a choice." Are you crazy? Are you actually crazy to say something like that? That's like saying rape is a choice. Like, you're crazy and sick to say that, especially coming from a black background. That's really embarrassing to see that, how easily people will be brainwashed to go against their own people, that he obviously believes the conditioning of hundreds of years of telling the world that black people are nothing, black people are inferior, they're animals, they're inhuman, they're not human. He literally, he's acting like he loves himself so much. No, he doesn't. Because if he loved himself, he would respect and love his ancestors and never say such a crackpot, crazy thing. So disrespectful and ridiculous. But, it's just, you can see how people now, like, for instance, look at Michael Jackson, how he kept changing his nose. That's all to do with inferiority. That his own father, who is not white. His father is just a lighter skinned black guy who might have some mixture, but he is telling his own son, "You're ugly, that big nose is not my nose." And when you look at the dad, that's his nose. He's got the mum has a slimmer nose. So the dad's family, they're inheriting the dad's nose or the granddad's nose from the dad's family. It's clearly his family trait. And he's so stupid that he's even insulting his own features from his own family that his kids have inherited. And it's just, and I'm not laughing. When I make that sound, I'm not laughing at all. It's more a disbelief, like, what the heck is going on? Why are people of colour, whether they're mixed, light or dark, anyone with African ancestry or who grew up around people who are in the black community, why are you informing your kids they're not good enough? Because the world is going to tell them that. So you should be telling them the opposite. You are good enough. You are beautiful. You look like our ancestors. That is normal. That is good. We are strong, powerful people. We have suffered, but we're still here. Be proud of that, you know. And then Michael Jackson wouldn't have had that thought in his head that I'm so ugly. And then the dad was an abuser and beat them up and did horrible things to them. So obviously he's, you know, wanting to get away from the dad. And I think Michael Jackson even said, "I hate that I look like my dad," or anything on his face that reminds him of his dad he wants to get rid of. And the nose is similar to the dad's nose. So that was the weirdest thing, that the dad was self-hating himself, but instead of taking it out on himself, he took it out on his own son. So you can tell the dad must have hated himself, had self-hate of his own nose, because why, if the child has your nose, why are you telling him he's ugly, you know? And so, and then obviously Michael Jackson had vitiligo. It caused pale patches on his skin where the melanin was reducing and disappearing. So when he became pale, that genuinely was a skin condition called vitiligo. However, he wouldn't have just turned white like milk overnight. He would have had patches of brown all over his skin where, you know, but obviously big patches of white where the melanin is disappearing. So I think he was told by doctors, well, if you've got more white patches than brown, you could bleach off the brown and just be one colour rather than taking the time to put makeup all over your body. And then if Michael Jackson had just said, and like to the world, I have vitiligo, I did use bleaching cream to take off the little bit of brown that was left, I'm embarrassed about it, I didn't do it because I hate my race or my colour. But then there is some self-hate in him that made him want to look like he wasn't black, even though he grew up around the black community. You know, there are a lot of people who have black blood or who are looking fully black or have darker skin, or even people who are more beige skinned and mixed, they even want to be white. There is this terrible brainwashing and self-hating that has been happening for centuries, and it all goes back to slavery, you know, because before the transatlantic slave trade, slavery was based on who was the most powerful. It was nothing to do with color, because you could have white people taken into slavery. You had people taken from, you know, England, the Celts. They were white, but they were kidnapped by the Romans and taken to the slave markets in Rome and whatever. And the people from Scandinavia, blonde hair, blue eyes, who would ever imagine people who looked like that would have been taken and put in slave markets? But in Rome, anyone could be kidnapped. It didn't matter what colour you were. You would just, if you couldn't defend yourself and get away from them kidnapping you and putting you into slavery, because they were doing it for the money. It wasn't anything to do with convincing the world, oh, these people are nothing. They're animals, they're inferior, because it wasn't based on that. It wasn't based on an agenda to say, you know, these people, we have to only use them as like a horse or a donkey, you know, because when the Romans took people, you could actually buy your freedom and become a citizen of Rome, very quickly, and then there was also there was stories even when Caligula, one of the emperors, was in power in Rome, and his servants or slaves were so powerful because he didn't keep them down in chains. They were in fine clothes and they were given a lot of power. And obviously he is the more powerful than them. But what I mean is it wasn't the same as the way people were treated, like the African people. It was like targeting their colour and their race, as if to say, well, because they look this way, they don't look like us, we're going to use that, we're going to convince the world that they're nothing. And in that way, it doesn't matter how we treat them, no one will question why we treat them badly, what we do to them. I mean, it's just so painful when I've read all the terrible things. And imagine the stuff that's not documented. These are, stories I've read of actual people who were in slavery. I've read, the stories that got written down for them of their experience. And the things they saw and had to witness, it's just, I can't believe, it's so unbelievably cruel and evil and hurtful and painful to know that they had to suffer through that. And the thought that nobody, like, if anyone has no sympathy for someone who's been through all that terror and pain and atrocity, then you must be evil. Even if it's not your ancestry or people, you don't have to know them. Why would you need to know someone to feel bad for their suffering? Like, I feel bad for all the Jewish people who were killed in the Holocaust. I don't have any Jewish connection, but I've always, because I respect every human being. I don't have any animosity to any human being. To me, it's good against evil. So as long as you're good, it doesn't matter what race you are. If you're good, I'm with you. If you're evil, I'm not with you. So it's like, yeah, it's really astonishing how evil this world is and how many terrible things have happened. And it makes you worry that, well, what will happen in the future? Like, if things things are still already disgusting. There are still innocent people getting killed for no reason and people getting away with these things, people in power abusing their power. It's just so painful. But yes, so that's all for now. I hope people enjoy my videos. I appreciate anyone who watches my videos. Please like, share and subscribe, and have a look through my channel. There's many different videos about many different subjects, but the main purpose of my videos are to try and spread positive thoughts and words, and I don't mean for anyone to feel like I'm against white people, because that's not true. I'm mixed race. I have white people in my family. And but when I talk about my African ancestors, I am going to talk with that feeling of sadness and rage towards what was done to them. And it just so happens the people who did it to them were Europeans, whether they were Portuguese or white English or white Scottish or American whites or whoever it was who was doling out the evil. I'm not blaming the people who exist now, who are good people, who happen to be white. Even if you were a descendant and you're of a slave owner, I know people in America who they have great grandparents who owned slaves and things, and I speak to them about it and say, wow, that's some crazy, it almost makes me go, oh my gosh, I'm not sure if I want to speak to you. And then I have to remind myself that, well, why would I not want to speak to them? Because they're the descendant. They can't help who their great grandparents were. Just like I can't, if I had a great grandparent who had been a murderer or a rapist or something bad, I wouldn't be expected to be punished for what that person did, because I'm related to people who were Europeans and whites, and they could have been the slave owner, and then I'm related to the slaves too who were kidnapped, because we're mixed. So if you're related to that mixed race person who is a result of the rapes, then you're actually technically related to the slave owner and the slave. Now, obviously, I reject the slave owner and totally am on the side of the slave, but I would not want to be held accountable for what that slave owning person did, because to me, I don't claim that evil person, and I am not responsible for the evil choices they made. And even if they weren't holding the whip and they were just paying the person who did, they're still evil. They still were okay with abusing human beings and working them to death and raping them and torturing them, or letting people do this to them. And this was constant. I can't even talk about it anymore because it's making me so mad. But yeah, like I said, I don't have anything against white people or that exist now who are not, who are descended from, slave owning people. I don't have anything against you as long as you're not racist. If you're racist, then I'm not on your side, obviously. But like I said, it's good against evil. I'm on the side of good, no matter what race you are. If you're good, I'm on your side. And it doesn't matter what race you are. Just like if you're bad, I'm not on your side, and it doesn't matter what race you are. Meaning that I'm not going to take the side of someone who's the same race or mixture as me because we're the same background, is what I'm saying. I hope that makes sense. Sometimes I'm talking so fast. I'm like, am I making sense? Yes. Anyway, so like I said, I live and let live. I love and accept everyone, and I don't, hold any animosity towards descendants of people who were bad people. That is not our cross to bear. We're not responsible for other people in history who are related to us did. Okay. Yeah, so anyway, God bless everyone around the world. Have a great day, evening or night.
Oh, hello. Sorry, I think my audio cut out. But I was going to log off, but I think I'll stay on a bit longer because I have the day off, so I got loads of time to talk. So, like I was saying, the way I feel about society today, it's very permissive of evil. And what I mean by that is when people see something terrible happening in front of them, they get their phone out and they film it. Now, some might say, well, maybe they're filming it to give it to the police so that they can help catch the killer or catch the robber or catch the whatever, the car thief. No, a lot of people want to put it on their social media and they want to say, wow, look at this. This person got their ass kicked. Yeah, they're on the floor getting their head stomped out. And not one of those people considered that could have been me on the floor. That could have been my mum, my dad, my sister, my child being stomped out on the floor. No one considered that. How would I want people to react if I was on the floor with multiple people stamping on me? Would I want them to call the police? Would I want them to jump in and help me? Would I want them to call an ambulance? Like, no one considers that. There's this empty soullessness about today's society, and I'm not sure exactly why that is. I don't understand why social media has this effect on people where they're so disconnected from other human beings. Like, if I try and talk to someone face to face and be like, oh, hey, how are you? Like if you're at a party or something, you go to a party with friends and you don't know anyone, and you see a group of people, males, females, and you just think, oh, I'll go and chat with them, and you go over polite, and they kind of look at you funny, like, why are you talking to us? And I'm like, well, why am I not allowed to come over and say hello? What do you do for a job? Or what's your background? Or what's your life like? Like, why am I not allowed to interact with you? And they've all got phones in their hands, which is really weird because they're standing in a public place, in a pub or a party. And I'm thinking, why aren't you talking to each other? Why aren't you even looking at each other? That's another thing that drives me crazy. Like, people I know who are here in England with me, when I meet you and talk to you, you better look in my face when I'm talking to you, because I cannot stand when you're talking to them and it could be something so super serious and sad, and they're looking past you. Every person that walks by, they're looking at them, and there's no reason for them to not be giving you their undivided attention, but they're so used to, I don't know, like, they're so distracted, they're so easily distracted. It's like, oh my god, that woman walked by, I like the top she's wearing. Oh, look at that car. Oh, look at that dog. Oh, look at that squirrel. It's like, are you a child? Are you 5 years old? Or are you a grown person who should be looking at your friend or your family member who's trying to pour their heart out to you? Like, just look at them. They want to know that you care. They want to see that you're reacting to what they're saying, good or bad, that you give a crap about how they feel. That's all they want. Like, a lot of people can't even pretend to care. They can't be bothered to care. Like, I never in my life have pretended to care. Either I care or I don't. And I am a really, really kind person, but because I am a broken person because of the things that have been done to me in my life, I'm not perfect. So sometimes I will overreact. Like, my whole life, people told me, you're so sensitive, you're so hypersensitive, you overreact. And I was like, yeah, but do you realize that I've been being abused by my family since I was 7 years old? So I don't know how not to fight back, how not to overreact. I don't know how to not overreact. In my opinion, my reaction is because you've triggered me. I don't want to hurt you. I love you. I care about you. But something you've said or something you've done has inadvertently made me remember something that really was so painful from my childhood, that now my brain is saying, almost making me react to the person from the past. So maybe you're not even the one I'm reacting to. I might be using your name, saying you're this, you're that, but I don't even mean the things I'm saying. I'll just, it's like you'll just make up the most horrible things because the memory you're feeling, the memory that your human brain is forcing you to feel, the pain it's forcing you to go through again, that you thought you'd buried, you thought you got rid of it, that pain, it's getting dug up and churned up, and you're trying to say, no, I don't need to remember this, it's fine, and you're trying to push it down. But just like a fizzy drinks bottle, when it's, brand new and unopened, and you shake it, or a can of drink, a can of soda, you shake it, you shake it, you shake it, and then if you don't let it settle, you don't give it time to settle, or you don't know how to settle yourself, then as soon as that bottle is opened, whether someone meant to open it or not, then it's going to explode and spray everywhere and get on people who didn't open it. You know what I mean? It's like that thing where people say, don't cut people that didn't cut you. Oh God, I always get this wrong. It's like they said, if you don't heal your wounds, you're going to bleed on people who didn't cut you, something like that. And I kind of take that to mean that if I'm avoiding looking at my wounds and triggers, my anger issues, if I'm avoiding it because I assume that I'm okay, I can control it, I don't care what anyone thinks, because I mean, there is a part of me that doesn't care what the world thinks. But if I care about you, yes, you have the power to hurt me. If I care about you, it frightens me, because I know that my weaknesses. I love you, I care about you, I don't want anything bad to happen to you. See, I got emotional then because I felt, God, I hate getting emotional, but it's like, hold on a minute. Like, I've been really emotional lately because, like I got a lot of bad news lately in my personal life. Yeah, some court stuff I have to deal with. Someone attacked me, and then it's been like 2 years before they caught this person because of the crap legal system. This person kept getting away. And then when they did catch him, they let him go. And it was just like I had to keep fighting and fighting. And they finally told me, like, oh, we got the person. We put him in front of the judge, and the judge wants to let them go. And I was so angry. I didn't know how to react. I was like wanting to flip tables. I was so mad. And I was just like, no, I'm going to keep fighting. And I went to solicitor and I said, you better make sure they get that person in this courtroom. And I want to give evidence again. And I will give evidence until every breath in my body is gone. And so then, because I fought and I fought, then they did agree. Someone else with a brain re-looked over the evidence and said, yeah, you're right, this person does deserve to be on trial, you're right. And I thought, well, why did all these other people not see that? And it's corruption, or racism, or whatever it is, discrimination, or whatever it is. They're on the side of the evil person, because that is a kind of sick world we live in, where someone can do something terrible to someone, and because the people who are in power don't care about normal people or women or whatever, whatever their sick reason is for not doing their job, because at the end of the day, you're supposed to be doing your job. You are under the UK law. It doesn't matter what your personal preference is. You're supposed to do your job. And the legal system is so corrupt that the people who are supposed to be protecting us are a bunch of sick, evil mother effers. And they, when they see a crime come up that they have probably committed in secret and got away with, or, then they're like, oh, I'm not going to put this person away, because they know deep down they would do that. They know they would take that liberty or cross that line, and they don't care about the victim, because they have created victims from their evil acts, and just because they wear a uniform, they're allowed to get away with it. And so anyway, I do have to go and give evidence in October, end of October, and it makes me angry. I didn't want to have to go inside a stupid courtroom. I've been in one before to help other people and support other people, but I hate going to those places because they put the perpetrator in the same waiting room as you, and there's no security. So I'm looking at the person like, I could just jump up and just kick the crap out of this mother effer. Like, there's no security. The only security was at the metal detector, right? So I'm like, well, they've checked me for metal, but what's this plastic fork doing in my pocket that I shanked, that I chiseled real sharp? Let me grow my nails real long like Black Panther and juke them in the neck. Like Jamaicans will say juke is like poke, or I guess stab. Like, yeah, Jamaicans mean stab. But I'm not an evil person, so I can't go and stab someone in the neck in the middle of a courtroom, even though I wish I could. Because what they've done is unforgivable. But I'm not the worst victim. That's the sad thing. This world is so sick. Terrible things have been done to me, and I'm not even the worst victim. There are people in the world who have gone through so much more awful things than me, and that's why my heart breaks for them. And that's why I try so hard to let people know that I want to be there for them. I want to take away their pain. That's why I get so oversensitive when I think someone's not giving a shit about my kindness towards them, because I feel like I would be grateful to meet someone like me who cares. Like, because I don't know anyone like me who cares. A lot of people, we're friends or whatever, but you have to demand that they help you half the time, which is really sad. Whereas I'll just sense they need my help and I'll give it. It goes without saying that I'll save you. It goes without saying that I'll be there for you. Like, they know that anything they need, I have them, I got you, I'm there for you. They know that. Whereas I'm not sure with them if they'll be there for me. I'm not sure. Like with me, when I'm your friend, you don't have to question my loyalty. You know, 1,000% I will be there anytime, anywhere, anything you need. If I can get it for you or help you, I will. You know that. And so it really hurts me when I don't have that from people. It's, you know, and I'm not saying that everyone has to be like me. I'm not perfect. You know, I'm no saint, I'm no angel. You know, I've made mistakes. But usually my mistakes were a reaction. Usually I never intentionally go out of my way to hurt anyone. It's more like, let me say it this way. Like, if you have, oh, let me say, like, if I was a scorpion and you know, you see me, you're a human and I'm a scorpion, and you poking me in the eye, but I'm a scorpion who can speak English, human English. I'm a magic scorpion. So, and I'm the size of a human. So I'm a scorpion, you're poking me in the eye, and you're saying, hey, I love poking you in the eyes. Your eyes are so big. I just love poking them. And I'm like, hey, whoa, don't poke me in the eyes. I don't like it. And they're like, no, but I don't mean you any harm. I just really love poking you in the eye. And then I'm just like, whoa, whoa, hey, I gave you like 1,000 warnings. Please don't poke me in the eye again. And then I see your finger come in. Now I'm just automatically going to sting you, because now I'm like, well, now I feel like you're taking the mick, like you're taking the piss out of me, like I'm some dumb idiot who's just going to let you keep poking me in the eye. And I'm not saying that anyone should go and lash out at people, because I have anger issues which I'm trying so hard to control. And it all stems back to childhood, when I was that powerless kid who was being beaten with belts every single night and being frightened and not having anywhere to turn, and thinking, shall I run away? But then one time when I did try and run away, I didn't have anywhere to go. I didn't have any money. I was only 10, you know, so I had to go home. And then I got punished because I tried to run away. And then, you know, there were so many times when I was a kid where I wanted to tell someone at the school, the teachers, or at the church, like, I don't feel safe at home because something bad is happening to me. And it wasn't sexual abuse, it was always violence, really severe violence. And, you know, like, oh, I don't even like to talk about it, but it's like, I only talk about it because I know there's lots of people in the world who've gone through much worse, and hopefully they have got away from that situation. Sorry, hold on. God, I don't know why I'm so emotional. So, oh, it's so annoying. Makes you get too much snot in your nose and you can't breathe. Hold on a sec. Oh, God. Since this court news, I've been so emotional. I've been so sad. Hold on. Yeah, so, but I'm going to talk about how. Whoops. God, I keep dropping stuff too. Yeah, like in regards to like when I was a kid and stuff. Ooh, sorry, I'm trying to calm down. Yeah, when I was a kid, the thing that was more painful, I would say, having two parents who don't treat you normally, who their love language is violence. They say they love you and then they throw you across the room. Sorry. Oh God, it's so annoying that I can't speak when I'm crying. It's so annoying. And I sound so snotty. Sorry. yeah, so to me it's sorry, I can't speak. Hold on. Oh, God. Yeah, sorry. God, it's so annoying. I want to speak, and stupid tears are making me stop. All right, okay, calm down, get a grip. yeah, so what I think I have to stop talking about my childhood because it's really triggering me. But basically, the last thing I'll say is just, it's very hard. Um, it's very hard being a grown up and interacting with other people. It's very hard to uh, trust people, and when you know you don't mean anyone any harm, and then they look like they want to harm you, whether it's like emotionally, physically, whatever, it it really reminds you of that feeling of when you were a powerless kid. And then but the difference now is that you're not a powerless kid, you're a grown person now. And because you're a grown person now, you feel like you have to fight back. But because you're broken, the way you fight back is to lash out, and and you want to hurt people, almost like you want to be you want to be the one with the stick. You're so sick of being hit that you say, one day I'll be the one holding the stick. Um, oh God, it's so embarrassing. I'm so sorry. Oh, yeah. So, but because I'm a good person, it's like I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want to say horrible things. I don't. I just want to help people. But then I get ashamed of myself because then I'm hurting the people I care about because I can't control when I think someone wants to hurt me. And oh my God, it's just so fucking annoying. Sorry. Oh God, calm down. Ugh. And then it's annoying because I'm a woman, so what am I embarrassed about crying for? But then I feel bad for the men who don't have permission to cry most of the time, and so they have to keep it all inside. And and that's why I try really hard to let everyone feel heard, and whether they're black, white, male, female, adult, child, like I try so hard to um acknowledge everyone and make sure they know that when they fucking hell. Sorry, I tried to make sure that everyone knows that when they need to be heard, when they feel that they want someone to listen or be there, like I want them to know I am there. But because I'm broken, then sometimes I get so angry because other people don't, can't or won't be there for me the same way, and sometimes it's not even their fault. It's just just like how my brokenness shows up in anger, their brokenness shows up in avoidance or rejection or control, or like, because their life was out of control, then they feel they have to get control. And then because of so they're reacting from their brokenness in a different way, then I'm reacting against their brokenness with my brokenness. And it, excuse me. God, sorry. I think all the tears are gone nearly. My eyes feel dry. But like, yeah, it just feels like people, we all have different degrees of brokenness, different degrees of suffering that we've gone through, levels, degrees, whatever you want to call it. And it's some people, they can go forward and try again and just dust themselves off, and that's not something I can do. Like, I keep away from people. Like, I won't even let anyone be in a relationship with me, or like, I don't want anyone to touch me. I hate being close to people now because it's like, I wouldn't say I'm afraid. I'm concerned because I'd rather keep my guard up and not need it than to need it and not have it. Because when I used to be naive and innocent and, at 18 many years ago, oh, excuse me. Yeah, when I was that naive, young, bright-eyed, happy person who was like, the world is my oyster, when I was like that, even though I'd gone through my trauma or whatever, when I was like that, the world chewed me up and spit me out. And I was like, oh, that's weird. I came from this horrible childhood and I thought, well, I've escaped that now and I've got married and I've left home. This is the beginning of my life. I don't have to go back to that abuse anymore, but only to be abused in your marriage, or abused by friends, or, mistreated at work, or, people using you. Like, there was a time, I mean, I don't drink alcohol now. Now and then when I'm really sad, I might have a glass of wine, but then I think, oh, it don't even taste good no more to me, white wine. But like, or if someone gives me a gift, like they'll give me Jamaican rum, Bajan rum from Barbados. That is a good rum. That one I might have a bit of that. But it's like, but Jamaican white rum, oh my god, it's so strong. It smells like paint stripper. It is so strong. Like, I gave some to my New Zealand friends years ago, and they were like heavy drinkers, like Aussies and Kiwis. People from New Zealand are called Kiwis, like a nickname, and Aussies are from Australia. They think they can drink like so hard, but I remember, like, I wasn't a heavy drinker, but I said, okay, you think you're so tough, have some of this Jamaican white rum and see how many they couldn't even finish one shot. It was so, and I was just like doop, 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 like drinking it so easily because I'm used to it. And the smell, oh, I love the smell. But I'm not encouraging anyone to go and buy Ray and Nephew white rum. It's Jamaican rum. It's like so bloody strong. Like, I wouldn't advise anyone to drink it if you're not used to it. It might make you sick. Like, you'll throw up. Don't drink it. But yeah, there was a moment, 2 different times I remember, where I was very, very down. And then I used to say, oh, I'll turn to alcohol. Isn't that what the world says you're supposed to do when you're down? You're supposed to turn to alcohol. And I used to go out drinking every night after work. So not on my own, but like always with work colleagues. But these were work colleagues I didn't even like, So you could see that I was just bored, and there was no one around I liked. No one liked me. So I was trying to, we call it slumming it in England, where it means you lower your vibration, or we're a bit classist here. So we've got upper class, lower class, middle class, upper, lower, middle class, stupid stuff like that. So excuse me, in my head, I'm not saying I'm any class, but if you had to put me in a class, I'd be working class because I come from a poor immigrant family whose grandparents came here and then their kids are born here, but they're not originally English, even though I've got English and Irish and Scottish and Scandinavian and Indian and all sorts of. I've even got this native. They're not Native Americans. Well, they're like Native Americans, but they're from the Caribbean, so they're called, what are they? Arawak Indians, but technically they're the same DNA as the South American indigenous, I think, who sailed over to Jamaica thousands of years ago or millions of years ago, whatever. So yeah, I've got a little bit of those native people, but it's way, way back, like 300 years ago. But weirdly, it showed up in my DNA test, which is really cool. And so I was like, oh, that's why I'm so fierce. I got the African warrior ancestors, then I got the the little bit of the indigenous. Oh, that's why I'm so wild and fierce. But yeah, so oh my god, I'm so sorry. Um oh my god, at least I stopped crying, but now I'm coughing. Sorry. But yeah, so let me think. What the hell was I talking about? Oh, alcohol. Yeah. So yeah, this was when I was going through my marriage, so I was feeling really sad, and my ex-husband was very cold, and I'm a very affectionate person. So the thing that I find really painful, like, you can say anything to me. I don't care if we argue, as long as you acknowledge me and talk to me. And the one thing, he was very good at scanning your weaknesses. So he would see you and you think he's looking at you because he loves you. Oh no, he's looking at you for your weaknesses. He's like, well, she's so strong, where's her weakness? And he found it, and it was silence. If I don't talk to her, that is how I hurt her. Because when he used to argue with me, he didn't have a slick mouth like me. He couldn't cuss me out or say anything, because I'd have a retort immediately and I could cuss him down to the ground like a proper Jamaican, and he'd be like, oh, he'd be like crying, and I'd be like, ha, that's what you get. But then I'd feel bad after, because I don't like hurting people. But if you start something, I'm very good at, not good at, it's not a good thing to be good at saying horrible things, but it's just my anger will cut people to the bone verbally, and it's not a good thing. I'm just saying, that's sadly something I've always been able to do. Is I like when people would say something racist to me, I would be offended, but on the streets of like the UK, but I would immediately be able to give them a dressing down, like, your breath stinks, you're ugly, look at your fucking clothes, and then they'd feel like shit, and I'd be like, I'm proud to be fucking mixed race, fuck you. You're not even proud to be what you are, and you're hating me, and look at the fucking state of you, and I could reduce them to a pebble in like 2 seconds. And even if I went home and felt bad that, oh my god, that person, called me these things, but then deep down I didn't care, because I knew I cared about myself, I loved myself, not in a vain way, but just I didn't let people, like, because I knew when my parents made me feel bad, like I wasn't good enough, I knew it was a lie, because I'm like, I am a good person, why are you trying to convince me of a lie? Stop doing that. Excuse me. And yeah, so when I had like the time in my marriage where he started to, like, he couldn't argue me down, he couldn't force me to do anything I didn't want to do. My strength was pissing him off, basically. He didn't like that he couldn't control me. He was a bit older and he was quite controlling. Like, he was like maybe 10 years older than me when I was like 18, and I think I had daddy issues because I didn't have... Whoops, shit. Sorry, I just dropped some food. Oh god. We will carry on with the baked beans all over the floor. And then when I met him, I thought, oh wow, I'm gonna have, my life will be made. He must have a job, he must have a car, he's 10 years older, he must have everything we need to just start a family. And I didn't know I couldn't have kids at the time when I met him. But now I'm so glad I can't have kids, because I do not want to bring a child into this sick world. The amount of protection I would have to put around them would be dizzying, you know, to protect them from all the sickos and the horrible things out here. I mean, I do have the plan to become a foster carer eventually once I move to a bigger house in a safer area. But London is not safe. Like recently, I was speaking about this on one of my other videos. This poor lady was stabbed in front of her 3-year-old at a carnival, which is meant to be a street party, a children's day, peaceful. And this poor woman, only 32, and she looked like Rihanna, beautiful girl. She literally looked 16, but she was 32, gorgeous girl. And she sadly put herself between a knifeman and the victim. So some gang of yobs or scummy, you know, teenagers had knives, because a lot of people carry knives bad people carry knives in London, and just stab people. If you look at them the wrong look at them the wrong way, they want to stab you. It's disgusting. Excuse me. And then when she saw that they were going to stab this guy they were arguing with, it's like 5-on-1, and she thought, well, I'm with my child and I'm a woman, they won't stab me. So she, being pure of heart and loyal and, I mean, decent, she put herself between them and said, no, please don't. And they stabbed her and killed her in front of her 3-year-old. Like, I just, oh, so angry. And they haven't caught the piece of shit yet. So now that child has no mum. The poor girl is gone, and it took her days to go as well, because she lost so much blood and then she didn't die at the scene. So she might have suffered. So I was furious. I was just like, oh my God. I wanted to find the piece of shit myself. I was so sad to hear that. And her story is just one of many. That's the sad thing. There are so many sick things going on in the world, and we're not even the worst country. Look at what's happening in America to black people being shot and killed by police. You know, when they're bored, they just go around shooting innocent people for no effing reason. Like, that pisses me off. I mean, I wish, you know, something could change there, but nothing's going to change. The world is sick, and we just have to try and survive until we go home to the spirit world, to heaven, and don't have to think of this horrible life anymore. But you know, but that really broke my heart to hear that, you know, that woman was pure of heart and she thought she was doing the right thing, you know, and she was trying to do the right thing. You know, part of me was like, why did you do that? Your kid is there. You have to think of self-preservation and protect yourself for your little kid. Like, but she really believed that they would have some humanity and wouldn't stab her because she was a female with a child. They are so sick. They would stab her and the child. They don't care. They're burning down people's houses here. They're putting petrol through people's letterboxes because you told the council about their dog being off the lead. They're sick. There are so many sickos here. I'm so glad we don't have guns, because if we had guns legally, there would be so many killings. I mean, it's frightening. Hold on. Just cleaning up this baked bean explosion. But yeah, so that really broke my heart to hear that, and to know that she, you know, she won't see her daughter grow up, and just painful, just awful. And my heart goes out to the victim's family, the victim herself, like her child. Oh, it's just painful. But when I you know, when I've seen people, like I've been somewhere where I've seen people pull out a knife in the middle of a crowded street, and my first thought was to run and save the victim, but I knew that I need to get a weapon first. I'm not strong enough to just run up on this, you know, unless I can catch him from behind and put him in a headlock and choke him out and get him down. But me as one woman alone, if we were all united, the people in the street, and we all rush him and tackle him to the ground, that's different. But people are so disconnected. Very rarely will people unite together. It's every man, woman, and child for themselves. Like, even the children are killing each other. It's so sick. Like, I remember when I was at school, secondary school, which is like high school in some countries, and you're about 11 and a half when you start, and you're 15 and a half when you leave. and we leave school at 15 or 16, and then you start working at 16 legally if you want to work. And the people around me were mostly white English, mostly, but there was still a large enough amount of, people from Caribbean parents, African parents, a lot of mixed race whose mum was white English and dad was Caribbean or African, or there's like kids who are half Chinese, half white, half Indian, half white, half, you know, or just Chinese families and Indian families. There's a lot of mixture, multicultural mixture in England, and we don't all get along all the time, but we can live in any neighborhood. It's not segregated like in some countries where all the Italians live in one neighborhood, all the blacks live in one neighborhood, and all the whites live in one neighborhood, and then we can live anywhere we want, and if anyone harasses you, you just take action in the best way you can to protect yourself. But when I was at school, I always fought back. Like any bully, black, white, girl, boy, I always fought back. And I think that was because of all the anger I had towards my parents. I couldn't hit them back because they would have killed me if I hit them back. And that was made clear, like, stay down, when they knock you down and you look at them with that rage in your eyes, and you're only 10, but you've got that fight in you, like, oh, I want to punch you back. And they look at you like, stay down. I'm in control here, not you. And then because they've communicated it telepathically or with the balled up fist or the belt in their hand raised up, that if you get up, I'll beat you even more. And then you realise that, shit, I have to submit. Not mentally submit, but you have to pretend to submit. Like, I spoke in one of my other videos about what it was like where my mum was extremely violent. And I remember one incident where, how old was I? Can't remember now. Oh, no, I was about 11 or 10, because she started beating me from 7. So before 7, I don't remember things being bad. I remember her treating me quite well. But then the second I started to question her and say, I don't like this, or why are we doing this, or why do I have to go with you, or why can't I stay here, or why can't I wear the red jacket? I like that colour. That's my favourite colour. Suddenly I wasn't her little puppet who just said, yes, mummy, and that made her lose her ever-loving tiny mind for some weird reason. And she started picking up leather belts with buckles on and hitting me really bad, like whipping me like I was a slave. And I was like, what the F? And then it was quite frightening. It was terrifying, to be quite honest, at first, but then sadly you get used to it. That's a sick, sad thing about horrible abusive situations, because every night I had to sit at the dinner table with my abuser and smile and pretend everything was okay and hope she wasn't going to beat me tonight. And there was the rare occasion where she wouldn't, but then you think, oh no, why didn't she do it? Oh no, she's storing it up so I'll get 2 tomorrow. You didn't know what was going to happen. You didn't know when it was going to end. I had no idea it was going to go on from age 7 to bloody 15. Had no idea. You were just hoping this was a short time of an evil event and the phase would end. You didn't know what was going to change, when it was going to change, And if I did have a way of running away, I think I would. If I had extended family, or at the time I didn't have any extended family who I could go to. It was a really isolated situation, and she did keep me away from a lot of family who could have been there for me. So she really didn't want anyone to help me if there was any help. I didn't get to see my cousins. I didn't get to, like, my siblings were weird. And so when I was just sitting in my room playing, this sounds a bit weird, like, because I think I played with dolls a lot longer than most children would. Like, I had this weird thing that I felt really connected to my belongings. So all my toys, when you're a kid, your toys are your property, and I was really possessive over them. Like, I think it's a Taurus trait. They say your star sign, Taurus, is very possessive, and it's like, so other kids would say, "Oh wow, look at all the toys you have," if I invited them over to my house, and I'd say, "Don't touch any of my toys, they're mine, don't you touch them," and I'd be like, "Well, if you do want to touch them, you gotta wash your hands first." Because I was very OCD, and they'd come in with their sticky hands and their mud stained clothes, and I'd be like, "Oh, get out of my room, filthy." But I just remember I was playing with these stupid little dolls, and I thought they were alive. It's so weird. You think your toys are alive, you look at them, you kiss them before you go to school. Like, it's so weird. I put a little blanket over them in case they get cold. So then I'm playing with these dolls, even though I was about 10 or 11. But back then, everyone was playing with dolls. I don't know. Not now, like you would have more electronic things, but maybe, I don't know, we didn't really catch on to the electronic explosion of internet and Sky TV and that. We didn't have all that stuff when everyone else had it. I'd go over to someone else's house to watch cable TV or satellite TV, and I'd be jealous, like, why don't we have that? We just got the 4 channels that the UK gave us. Now we have more though. Now we have Freeview, which has tons more channels. But when I didn't arrive at the dinner table when she called me, like, she called me by my name, and she's in the kitchen, I'm in my room, so it's a bit of a distance. So she's calling me and I can hear her, right? But I'm thinking, oh, I just want to play with my dolls. I just want to play with my dolls. And then when I decided not to listen, she called me again, and I heard her again, and I didn't respond because I thought, oh, I just want to play with my toys. So the third time she called me, I said, yeah, in a minute. And she ran into the room within 5 seconds with a belt raised in her hand, a big leather belt. And I've never seen her wear a belt, so I'm guessing she bought the belt just to beat me because she used to wear skirts. So I'm like, where the hell did this belt come from? I mean, even my brother doesn't wear belts. What the? So she's bought the biggest belt she can find, because in her childhood, according to her, she got worse. So why am I complaining? This is what she said to me years later. This very strange woman. But so then I'm thinking, what the hell's going on? Because no, but at 10 I knew she'd already been hitting me since 7. So I knew, oh God, something's up. But obviously I didn't know that would trigger her. Oh my God, my notification's going off. Sorry. If you hear that sound, it's just some reminders of work stuff. Sorry. Yeah, so I thought, she must be angry, but why did that make her angry? All I said was in a minute. So I'm confused because I know I didn't do or say anything slick or rude, or so I shouldn't be being disciplined, let alone beaten. And she just started lashing me. And I was like, oh my God, because when that belt hits you, the pain is like, oh, whoa, it makes you jump. And I'm jumping to get away. And I'm getting angry because I'm feeling like, why is this person? And then imagine, like, why are you hitting a child so many times? I'm just a tiny child, even though I'm really big now. But I didn't start a growth spurt till I was like 11 or 12, and then I shot up really tall, like taller than everyone in the class. But back then I was small, and I just remember thinking, oh my God, why is she doing this? Like, every little thing I do, I can't do anything. I can't just sit here quietly and breathe. She's beating me, like, so when you're a kid, you're like, but I'm not doing anything, leave me alone. And so I just remember being hit maybe 10 times in a row, and she's using all her strength, by the way, even though she was a small woman, like 5'6". But when you're a kid, these monsters' parents look really big, but when I got older, then she was scared of me, and we'll get to that story in a minute. But it's weird because I just didn't understand why. I love you. Why are you hurting me? I would take a bullet for you. Why are you hurting me? This is crazy. When is this going to end? And I was always trying to hide the fact that she was a bad, abusive mum. I always, if people ask me, are you all right? Yes. How's your mum? Yes. Is you being good? Your mum being good? Yes, everything's fine. Everything's perfect, and you're trying to pretend that you come from a great family. And then she put on the fake mask of, oh, I'm a great, kind mother. Oh, I'll take all the kids in the neighborhood to the McDonald's and buy them ice cream, Oh, I'll take them to the seaside on the bank holiday when, like, all the British people, black, white, or whoever, will all get on the train, go an hour to the beach and sit on the crappy pebbly beach which is rubbish and cold with the dirty waves coming in on your feet. Ugh. Our beaches are rubbish. The only place in England that has nice beaches is Cornwall and Devon and Torquay, because it's closer to Europe, down the bottom of England, southwest, I think, or is it? Yeah, and wait, south, yeah, southwest, and anyway, but like, yeah, so I remember her just always acting perfect in public and then just being a effing monster around me. And she didn't do this to my other siblings. That was what was weird. So I'm noticing that, oh, my brother can say what he wants and he's not getting beaten. My sister can say what she wants and they're not. Why am I being picked on? Yeah, I'm the most helpful. I'm the most well behaved. I'm, going out of my way. I literally lived across the road from the school. I went to a Catholic school, which we weren't Catholic, so I assumed it was because the school was across the road. And then when I would go with her to like initially join the school, she pretended we were Catholic, but she didn't tell me to pretend I was Catholic. I didn't know what Catholic was. I was like 5. So then she's saying to the priest, I remember I can see his face now. What was his name? Father Brennan or something. Very Irish man. And he was super friendly, super polite, never did anything untoward that I know of. I hope not. I hope he wasn't one of the bad priests. Oh my God. And he had a beautiful dog called Brandy. And it was a red setter, gorgeous dog. And I didn't even, back then I loved dogs, but now I'll work with dogs, but I'm not like going to have a dog for a pet just because I'm more a reptile person. I like tortoises and snakes and lizards and chameleons. Like, I'd have a pet chameleon just sitting on my shoulder walking around the house, and tortoises everywhere. But yeah, it was weird how let me think. Yeah, it was weird how she would punish me for things she never taught me. So if I didn't do something because she never taught me to do it, and then I did it wrong or I didn't say what she wanted me to say, because she would beat me for that. So imagine if you're my child and then you don't know how to wash clothes in the washing machine. So you put the clothes in and you don't put the washing machine in. But I told you, go and wash your clothes. And I've never taught you how to use a washing machine. And you're a child, you're 5 years old. So you put the clothes in the machine because that's what you saw an adult do. And you press the start button. Then she realizes you haven't put the soap in. Then she beats you for that, even though she never taught you to put the effing soap in. Why didn't she teach you that? Why is she punishing you? She's setting you up to fail, isn't it? So when when I'm standing there in front of the priest and he's like, oh, are you new to the area? We weren't new to the area. I've been at that house since I was born. So we've been in the area 5 years. Oh, actually, she's been there longer because my brother's older. So yeah, I was brought back to that house as a baby, but my brother's about 9 years older. So they've been there a good long time. And then she's like, yeah, we're new to the area. And I'm looking at her like, no, we're not. So the innocence of a child, like, why are you lying, mummy? Why are you lying? Why is that woman so fat or so pale or so dark? Like, how kids will just blurt things out like that are kind of inappropriate, but they don't mean no harm. And then next thing I know, I got the look. And any kid with like Jamaican family members, they just give you this look like, I'm going to beat the crap out of you when you get home. And you look and you think, oh crap, that's the look. I'm going to get beaten. And you didn't do anything to deserve it. And you're worried because you can't talk your way out of it. You don't know when it's coming. That's the creepiest thing. They'll wait till you're happy. They'll wait till you're sitting still with your back turned to them, and then they'll strike like a lunatic. You know what I mean? And I've had Irish like friends say that, oh, my nan was like that. She would wait in the darkness in the hallway and you walk by and she'd slap you across the face as hard as she could. And that would be for something from days ago. And I'd be like, what the F? Why are people doing these things? Like, I mean, it sounds funny, but it's not funny for the child. Like, you're walking down the dark hallway in your own home where you should be safe. And I'm not laughing. I'm just saying that is crazy. Like, when I make that laughing sound, I'm not laughing at the pain or the badness. It's just the way I talk as a Londoner. Where I'm from in London, we always talk. We kind of try and be jovial, even when we're talking about something a little bit dark, because I don't know. That's just the way we talk. We're nutters. Hold on. my nose running. Yeah, but yeah, it was just really weird for me to, you know, see her lie and then blame me for not going along with the lie when she never informed me we had to lie. So I'm like standing there like, why are you lying, mummy? And the vicar's looking at me like, wait, what's she talking about? And he's like, oh, she's just a dumb five. And she's like, my mum's like, oh, you know, these dumb 5-year-olds, they don't know what they're talking about. I'm not lying. I don't live across the road. I mean, we do live across the road, but she's like, no, I haven't lived across the road for the last 15 years or whatever. We're new. Yeah, you never seen me before, have you? And so they accepted me into the school. It was considered a good school. I don't know why, because they were really horrible there. And they were kind of racist too. Some, well, not all the teachers. One woman, beautiful. There was a lot of Scottish teachers there for some weird reason, but Miss Cameron was the nicest, sweetest old lady. She was really old when I got there at 5. She was maybe like 60, but she was the nicest one. She would give you a hug. She would tell you how beautiful and clever and amazing you are. And I was like, can you be my mum? Like, why don't send me back across the road to that thing, please? And she was so beautiful. And I wish I you know, could have met her again, but obviously she'd be dead by now. But you know, I wish I could have thanked her for her kindness, you know, because I think people who are kind don't get enough acknowledgement or appreciation or thanks, you know. And sometimes like people who have been kind to me when no one else was, I didn't get to tell them how much that kindness saved my life. That little drop of kindness they gave me reminded me that there are good people still out there, and don't despair too much. Keep going, get up, you know. So when I what was it? When I got home, then I got, you know, even though I was 5, she did tell me off, but she didn't hit me. So she didn't start hitting me till I was 7. I remember. And so, but she explained that we have to tell them we're Catholic. Do you understand? If anyone asks you, what religion are you? You say Catholic. And I was like, okay. So then the Catholic school is obviously a religious school, right? So they talk about religion and teach you about religion, their religion and their little rituals or whatever. So I'm doing the sign of the cross with my finger, and I'm doing whatever. I'm copying all the things I'm being shown, and then I go and do this stuff. I don't even remember what it's called. What's the thing? Why am I asking you? like people in the room with me. I'm sorry. Talking to myself. Hold on. Talking to myself. What do you call that thing? The little disc of white paper bread they put in your mouth. What is that? Communion? Take the communion something. And then my mum was really OCD, and then she didn't know the Catholics make you drink from the same cup. So that annoyed her when she's like, what? They made you drink from a cup that 20 other kids drank from? And she was pissed about that. And then she was like, what? They put some ash on your head in the sign of the cross for Ash Wednesday. What? They put some white disc of bread in your mouth. What is that? Because she's not Catholic, right? So she didn't know why they're doing it. So she got furious for some weird reason. She stormed in and told them, what is this ash on my kid's head? Giving away the fact that she wasn't Catholic. And they're like, what do you mean? Don't you know what Ash Wednesday is? And she's like, no, what the fuck is that? And they're like, well, if you're a Catholic, you would know. And she's like, oh, so what? I'm not a Catholic, but my kid's in the school now, so what are you going to do about it? And it's true, they couldn't kick me out of the school. But then they started treating me differently because I'm not a Catholic and my mum's an arsehole. So, so they started not teaching me. I was moved from the lovely ladies class to a horrible Scottish women's class called Miss Devlin. And it's funny how her surname's Devlin, like devil. She was like a fat pig-nosed devil. I see her now, curly brown hair, like flipping King Charles II's wig from the 1600s with a big fat pig nose. Anyway, and then she was horrible. She was clearly racist. She didn't like mixed or black children. And there was only a couple of us in the school. It weren't even that many. But she clearly didn't like me. One time when I went to lunch, I didn't want to eat the bread that had the seeds in it because I had a thing about texture. So I wouldn't eat yogurt with bits in it. I wouldn't eat bread with seeds in it. I wanted no crust on the bread, just like every other kid. And then she made that they wouldn't give me any more lunch. They could have made me a different sandwich, but she said, no, you'll eat what you're given. And I said, no, the hell I will. And then she was like, well, then you won't eat. And then I said, I'm going to tell the headmistress. And she said, oh, really? I'll go and get her. So she went and got the headmistress, Miss Grigson, who was an Irish nun formerly. And she was really, you could tell she used to beat kids. But luckily, they weren't allowed to beat us, but she couldn't resist. She would slap people with a paperback book or something on the head, like the small children. And it was so creepy. It was like, why do you want to hurt children, you sicko? But obviously she was raised in a place where it was okay to hurt children, or she was hurt and now she's taken out. I don't know. Why wouldn't you want to save people from what you went through? Because you know that pain. But anyway, and then I remember she looked me right in my face and said, you shall not eat today. And that was it. And she walked off. This is the nun, and I'm like, I thought nuns were meant to be nice. What do you mean I won't eat today? And I'm looking across the road at my house, thinking there's a lot of food in that house, and I can't get there because I'm 5 years old. I'm stuck behind this gate. I want to eat, so I didn't eat that day. And then I think I went back and ate it was still on the tray. I ate the crappy sandwich with the seeds in it because I was effing hungry. I'm 5 years old and I didn't know how to fight back. And there wasn't any way to fight back. So then I told my mum, and she did go down there and cuss them out and say, if you ever starve my child again, I'm going to knock you out. Don't you ever not feed my child again. You could have given her some white bread. You could have given her some fruit. You could have given her something else. I'm paying for the school dinners, and don't you ever start. So that back then she used to act a tiny bit defensive of me, a tiny bit protective over me, until I started asking questions and questioning things. You know, just like most powerful bodies in the world are fine with you until you start asking questions. You know, like you could say to someone, you know, like, oh, hey, this group seems nice. You know, this doesn't seem like a cult at all, you know, this religion or this place, and they seem super nice. But then as soon as you start saying, well, hold on a minute, this woman told me she was sexually harassed and you didn't kick the person out. Why is that? And then they're like, why are you asking questions? You know, they don't want you to reveal their secrets. They don't want you to let it out to the world that they're a wolf in sheep's clothing or whatever. So yeah, so my mum did take me out of that school and put me in another school, and where there was a bit more mixture, more black kids, more mixed kids, you know. And then, but that didn't help. There were still racist teachers. You know, the kids who were mixed and black didn't always stick up for each other, and I had more white friends than black friends, even though I wanted to be around my own people as well. I didn't have a problem having friends of different races, but for some weird reason, everyone was like for themselves. No one was like, oh, let's stick up for what's right. Oh no, my people are being bullied, let me help them. There was none of that. It was very everyone for themselves kind of crap. And I just remember always feeling alone, you know, always feeling like a lone wolf growing up. You know, you go to school, you get bullied, you fight back, but then you go home, you get beaten, you can't fight back. So that rage you would feel because I was hating my mum, I would look at her with so much hate and she would see it. And then one time I said, I hate you. And then she ran after me and I ran in the bathroom and locked the door and was like, ha ha, old woman, not quick enough this time to catch me, were you? And then, oh my God, like the fright of my life, I saw the bloody lock moving like it was opening, and I was like, what? How is the latch undoing itself by itself? But I didn't know that it was a kind of bathroom latch that you could undo with a penny or a coin or a screwdriver. So I'm only laughing because now I can look back and laugh. It wasn't funny though. I was fucking terrified, like, oh my God, this bitch is coming in. And I was like, what do I do? What do I do? And I was just like, oh my God, I can't escape. Can I get through the window? Well, what would be the point? Because you've got to come back in the house. So when I'm laughing, I'm not laughing at my own pain or laughing at anyone's pain. I think I'm laughing so I don't cry. Because if I think about how frightened I was, I'll start crying again. So I'm trying to just almost detach myself as if I'm talking about a character, you know, and I'm not even laughing, but it's just my voice. It's like my brain trying to keep my voice jovial and up so that instead of going back down, because you saw how early, I started to get really emotional and I couldn't control it. So I'm trying to keep my brain up, like for instance, like other kids from Jamaican parents, we would try and laugh about our pain, and say like, oh my God, she beat me last night. Oh, what did she do to you? Oh, she used the extension cord. Oh, what did she do to you? Oh, she used the slippers and the flip flops, or everything in the room I think she threw at me, and we try and laugh it off. And then we try and talk about something else like food, like, oh, but we did have a good meal though. The bitch can cook. She might be a piece of shit parent, but she's a real good cook. And we would try and, that's how I guess we would try and use laughter to get around the pain, I suppose. Like how comedians like Eddie Murphy talk about how their mum used to beat them with a high heel shoe or something, and that's not funny, but he's using it in his stand up and people will laugh. I've watched, is it Eddie Murphy Raw and Delirious, his DVDs, and from the 80s, when he did the big stand up tour, and it's so funny. So much swearing though, but it's so funny. And yet he's talking about childhood violence and abuse, but yet I can relate to it and then laugh at the fact that he's trying to make you laugh, but then it's not funny. And it's kind of the same thing. Like when I'm talking about it, it is not funny, but I'm trying to keep my brain from not feeling too down and emotional about it, because I can't change it. You know what I mean? I can't go back. I can't change it. All I can do is try my hardest not to let it trigger me now. And I'm still working on that. I'm trying harder now than I've ever tried before in my life. And there's one person who I really do feel helped me with that, and that person is called Mac Mon, and I really do care about him, and I hope he's listening. And you really helped me, because before I met you, I never wanted to look at the things that were bad in me or the things that hurt others. So without even realizing it, you helped me, and I'm grateful. And I really love and care about you. I always will. And if you're ever in the UK, you're always welcome to stay free of charge with me. If you're ever on the run and you need somewhere to hide, you come to England, we got you. Anyway, so back to the story. So when what the hell was the story? Now I've forgotten. Oh yeah, childhood abuse. So yeah, we would talk about stuff and be like, yeah, well, I didn't cry this time, and that annoyed her more. Like, and then when I did cry, she's like, what are you crying for? I'll give you something to cry about. And I'm like, bitch, you do give me something to cry about every fucking day. Like, fuck you. Anyway, but like, yeah, it's I don't know. It's very hard for me to it's very hard for me to understand people who, like my mum, who said, well, I got worse than you, I was lenient on you. And I thought, well, wow, if you got worse, if you're doing this terrible stuff to me and you got worse, no wonder you're crazy. And so I can have I can have compassion for the child she was, who used to be in a powerless situation and was beaten and abandoned and thrown to the wolves, because her story is sad. That's why I always supported her, even though she was doing stuff that was wrong. I really only cut her off recently. This is after many years of her not being there for me and just doing terrible things to me. And it was just this one thing she did. Like she got cancer, and even though she survived it, we didn't know she was going to survive it. And when I heard, I was like, oh no, I'm going to lose her. That was my first thought. I was sad about it, obviously, even though you'd think, well, why are you even sad? But because I thought we'll never get a chance to reconcile all the pain. Like if she could just truly be sorry and we just be a normal mother-daughter relationship, then I would wipe the slate clean and say, forget the past, we can't change it. This is now, we can make things better now. But because she would never apologize, and the one time she did apologize, I had to force her to apologize, and it was so obvious it was a fake apology. And it didn't, and even if and then part of me was like, well, even if she did say sorry, it's the action. Anyone can say sorry. When I say sorry, I really mean it. I've never given a fake apology, but anyone can say, I'm sorry, get over it, or are we good now? Is the slate clean now? Bitch, you know, and then you're like, you know, you want to believe they care, but some people will come back into your life and say, yeah, I'm sorry, let's move forward, so they can get revenge on you. Like, I wouldn't do that. But my ex-husband is someone like that. Like, when I left him after years of just emotional abuse, and one time he did try and hit me, but I was just like, you're stronger than me, right? So you're going to knock me down. But when I get up, you better run, because I'm going to go in that kitchen and I'm going to find every sharp object in that kitchen, and you better run. I'm going to have like a bandolier, you know, that, what is it? Is it the thing with all the bullets, like two, what do you call it? Like it looks like a belt across your chest, crossing your chest with just tons of extra bullets. I will just have tons of shit, tons of knives just chasing after my abusers. But yeah, so when I had gone through that, you know, with him, and he didn't hit me because he knew that I meant it. When I get up, you better run. But it was just scary to me that why did he want to hit me when we weren't even arguing about our relationship. It was like there were some noisy neighbors, and I just said, can you please go and talk to them? And he acted scared, and I went, oh, you're such a coward. And I just said it out of, like, you know, annoyance, because to me, if I'm a woman and I'm willing to go up there and risk getting my head kicked in, and you won't even come up there with me, like, why are you so weak? He was super strong. He was like a rugby player from New Zealand, really big, thick, big fists. Like, he could punch a hole through your head if he wanted to. But he was very mentally weak. I think I was more psychologically strong, you know. And then when I went to the gym, I was still physically strong, but I was more psychologically, mentally strong than him. And when he heard me say that, and he balled up his fist, and I was like, what the? And I was like, is he serious right now? He's balling up his fist? Because if I ball up my fist, that means I want to hit you, but then I'll release it because I know I don't want to hit you. But if you hit me first, that's another thing I tried to always do to control my anger, is just like, listen, you don't want to be a troublemaker, you don't want to start fights for no reason, but if you can verbally fight all day long, but don't touch anyone. Let them touch you first, then you have the right to hit them back. You're not a bully, you know. And also, another thing, if they hit you first, then that adrenaline is going to give me super strength. If I'm not full of adrenaline, I can still beat you in a fight, but that adrenaline is going to make me throw 10 people off me if they're all trying to hold me back. Like, that adrenaline is crazy. Like, I can see why people say, like, too much adrenaline can stop your heart, because your heart is beating so fast out of your chest, like, and you feel like a incredible Hulk. And I don't like that feeling, but it's super hard to calm down from. Like, I can see why men can, like, lash out, and it's so hard to calm them down, because I'm a female and I feel like it could take me so long to calm down. Like, from if someone tried to jump me and I managed to get the upper hand. But it's like, I remember many times where some woman, you know, tried to fight me and she hit me first. As soon as that hit, I felt that hit connect, that adrenaline flooded my body in like seconds, and I was ready to bash the crap out of her. And then 5-10 people would try and hold me back, and they couldn't hold me back. I would be like, rah, push them all off me. It was weird. And I'm not laughing about fighting because I was the victim, but I'm just saying, joke's on you, bitch, I can fight. You thought because I was smiling and friendly that you were going to walk all over me, and ha ha ha, joke's on you. You know, you got taught a lesson. You get a taste of, you deserved that, you know. But yeah, it's kind of it's weird how people can oh gosh, I've lost my train of thought now. What were we talking about? Hold on a second. Yeah, it's just weird how people can justify, you know, their bad behavior. Like, when my ex would tell people, people say, why did you leave her? She was such a good woman. She was so kind to you. She was so good to you. Why do you keep, you know, you knew it hurt her when you ignored her. You knew. You knew her childhood. She told you that stuff not so you could use it against her, so you could understand why she was the way she was. You know, like when I tell you about my past, I don't want you to feel sorry for me. I don't need that. If you do, thank you. That's great. You're kind, you're empathic. But I don't I don't need anyone or anything. I want people. I don't need them. And I don't mean that in a nasty way. What I mean is my childhood has taught me I can only rely on myself, and at the end of the day all I have is myself. But yes, I do want to go out and help others take away I want to take away the suffering, and I hope they want to take away mine. I hope they don't want to add to it, and I'm sorry when I get confused and think they're trying to add to it, and I say and do horrible things, and it is very impulsive because I'm not choosing to react that way. That's why it's so impulsive. It's like if someone pushes me in the street, I'm immediately going to want to swing. I'm immediately going to want to punch you back, push you back. It's a reaction. It's an uncontrollable reaction, and it's sad and difficult because there will be times when you know you block someone or you cut someone off, and then a day later, an hour later, a week later, you regret it, and then there's no way to get back in contact with them, or they don't want to. They don't want to talk to you, or you've triggered their pain now. So now they're like, well, no, I don't like that you didn't. You couldn't give me a second chance, or you couldn't let me off that. Yes, I did that, but it's difficult. It's difficult because we all have different pain and different things we're going through. We all have so many so many devils we come across that cause us pain, and so it's difficult. Everyone deals with their pain differently, and that was a story I was trying to tell, a story about when I was with the ex-husband, and then he started telling everyone lies about me, like saying that I'm going to kill him, and I've never hurt anyone in my life who didn't hit me first, or who and he was literally, he couldn't control me, so he tried to control how people saw me. Now, no one believed him, mind you, because everyone knows I'm not going to hurt anyone. I'm a protector. I'm not a bully or a killer or nothing like that. And it was weird because to me, I was like, well, how did he think people would believe that? Like, that was crazy. Like, to say, oh my God, I'm going to end up in the Thames, which is the big river in London that goes past, Tower of London and Tower Bridge and London Bridge, the River Thames. He's literally telling them, like, I didn't find that out until a lot of people tried to tell me, like, he's doing a smear campaign against you. He's trying to like recruit people against you, and he's just making up crazy shit about you. And I'm like what? And then they're like, and they're telling me the stuff, and I'm like, oh my God, like, why would he say that? Like, he could have killed me. He's like super strong. If I literally, like, I couldn't have, I'd have to ambush him, and I'm not that type of person. But it was really weird. If I'm leaving you, why am I going to come back and hurt you? I'm leaving you. So yeah, it was very odd. The amount of things he did, and he told his family in New Zealand lies. And so when I'm trying to contact them when there was an earthquake in New Zealand and ask them if they're okay, if I'm such a bad person and I'm not even part of your family anymore, I've divorced your son, I understand you want to take your son's side, but he's wrong. So why would you even, I mean, they don't want to believe my side. And I thought, well, at least hear my side. But nope, they didn't want to hear it. Okay, fine. That's weird. But, because your son's not perfect, and they know he's not perfect, he already shows them hostility. So, he's capable of not being fully, fully functioning, calm person. You know this about him. And, yeah, isn't it weird that there's that thin line between love and hate? When people say, that the same, if you have overwhelming love for someone, when it changes, it's like going to be overwhelming hate. So the amount they loved you then becomes the amount they hate you sometimes. And yeah, but I was talking about how I turn towards alcohol a little bit because I didn't smoke, I didn't ever take drugs, and so the only outlet was going out with people, but they were always drinking, and their culture, the pub culture in England, is like people show kindness by buying you alcohol, buying you drinks. I would rather you buy me some food, buy me some McDonald's even. I don't care. Buy me a milkshake, buy me a coffee. But well, I hate coffee. Buy me a hot chocolate from Costa or Pret a Manger. We call it, it's Pret. Is it Pret a Manger? It sounds weird in my accent. Pret a Manger, and Nero. What's the other one? Starbucks. The Americans will recognize Starbucks, but yeah, buy me a Starbucks. Why do we have to drink alcohol? But when I was younger, between, after 18 and stuff, because I didn't drink until I was 18, and that was only under peer pressure from work colleagues. I was like, yeah, I'll have a cranberry juice, apple juice. Why are you having that? Is there vodka in it? What's vodka? What? You don't know what vodka is? Oh, we have to teach you how to drink. And they would buy me drinks, and then I would feel bad if I didn't drink the drink because it was so expensive in London. The price of the drinks in central London, I'm talking the tourist bit, was like £7 for a glass of wine, a tiny glass of wine, when you could get a whole bottle from the supermarket for £7. So I'd be like, damn, they just bought me a really expensive cocktail or a really expensive drink. I have to drink it. They'd be angry if I didn't drink it. This would be disrespectful if I didn't drink it. Like, you had some people in New Zealand as well who they would, like Maoris, they would buy you a drink without your permission. They would watch what you're drinking, and they did this in Scotland as well, which is really weird. Like, men who liked you would watch what you're drinking. So you might have got a white wine, and then you go back and buy another white wine, and they might ask the bartender, what's she drinking? And they'd say, and then they'd go and buy you one because they assume you're going to want the same drink again. And then they come over and give it to you and say, oh, I don't want to bother you, but here's another white wine, whatever. And you'd be like, oh, thank you. And if you didn't drink it, they could get aggressive. They could get offended, like, oh, my drink's not good enough for you, and throw it in your face. Some men really, sensitive. Like, I remember when I was like 16, and so I was a virgin. I didn't, do anything till I was like 18, and then I got married to the next person straight after. So when I was I was walking through what we call an alleyway. So no, sorry, not an alleyway. Of course you know what an alleyway is. It was like an underpass. So it's like an underground alleyway is what I wanted to say. And so I'm walking alone, but I think I'm tough, so I'm walking alone. It's daytime, so I'm not expecting any trouble. And if there is trouble, I'm willing to die. I don't care. I was that tough. I was like, well, we're both dying tonight. If you're going to attack me, I'm going to go for the knife. And then if you manage to stab me, I'm definitely going to stab you before I bleed out. But, so I always had that mentality that I'm going to go down fighting like my ancestors. Fuck you. And then, so when I walk through this alleyway, there's another guy from a Caribbean background, but he's born here like me, and he's walking towards me, and he's like chatting me up. They make this weird sound, like men from the Caribbean. I don't know if any other men do this, but people who have grown up around people from the Caribbean, mostly Jamaicans, the men will go like, psst, psst, like a cat, like what you do to a cat, like psst, psst. They will make this weird noise, and that means they want you to come and chat to them so they can call to you. Or they'll be like, can I get your number, and they'll be like, ugh. And then I was like, so I'm 16 and never had any contact with boys apart from being at school with them, being friends with them. Always had loads of male friends because girls were always jealous of me for some weird reason. And so I never had any sexual contact with anyone. I fancied people, but we never did anything. So I'm not feeling too frightened. I'm just like, oh, he's just another teenager, And then when he made the noise, like the psst, psst, and I ignored him because I knew what it meant, but I pretended like I didn't know what it meant because it's not obvious that I'm from a Caribbean background. And then so then he comes over and like, oh, hey, excuse me, can I talk to you? Do you have a boyfriend? And I was like, and then I wanted to sort of like let him down easy, so I just said, Yes, I do have a boyfriend. So I'm not interested. But you're really good looking and you'll find someone, look how good looking you are. And so I went, all right, have a good day. And I'm walking off thinking I handled that really well. I made him feel good. I told him he looks good. Whether it was true or not, I was trying to be nice. Next thing I hear, a bottle smash behind me. He threw an empty beer Budweiser shaped bottle and it hit right behind my foot, and I had sandals on, so my foot is not covered with shoes. I had like flip-flops on. So he could have cut my foot. He could have cut my, what is it, Achilles heel, if that had cut me, because the bottle smashed right up against the back of my foot, and so I had no idea. Did he mean for the bottle to hit me? Did he mean for it to smash? What was his intentions? And we're in an underground alleyway. There's no other people around. What if he had taken that thing and slashed me? I had no idea what his intention was, apart from he was clearly violent. And I was like, holy crap. So I just turned around and started cussing in Jamaican, and then he backed off. But I was annoyed and not frightened, but annoyed that he dare do that to me when I didn't mean him any harm. So why do you mean me harm? I don't have to like you. Do you know how many people I fancied and they didn't fancy me back? Get over it. Like, there's so many people who are just like, yeah, you're great, but I don't want you. And I'm like, that's fine. I'm not losing sleep over it. Not because you're not awesome, just because you have free will. I'm not going to force you, just like I wouldn't want someone to force me to like them or love them. Yeah, for some people, it might be painful that the person you love or like doesn't like you back. But you have to let people be free. You can't control other people's feelings. If you really love someone, you want them to go and find the person they love and be happy, and you want them to be happy. Like, even when I left my ex-husband, because I truly did care about him at the time, he's like, how could you leave me if you love me? And I said, I could love you to death and still walk away with tears in my eyes because you won't appreciate me, because you won't treat me well. I could love you for the rest of my life and still force myself to go through the pain of walking away. And I could feel that pain for the rest of my life, but I will not be mistreated anymore. Because what my parents did to me, why is that still happening? It's just in a different face. I don't want to be mistreated anymore. Why can't we just be happy? Why can't we just enjoy normal conversations? Why is it you can rely on me and I can't know that when I call you you'll pick up the phone, or when I need you you'll hear me out? Why can't I get that reassurance? I need that too. I want that too. All the stuff you love about me, why can't I get that back? It's different if you come to me and say, listen, I'm so broken that I'm just gonna only be able to take. I'm not going to be able to give anything back to you. Can you accept that? And part of me would be like, I just want to be around you. Yes, I'll accept that. But eventually the true part of me is going to rebel and say, this is not enough. I need you to mirror back what I'm giving. If I'm kind, you be kind. If I give you my time, you give me some of your time. Like, I don't just talk to people in my free time. I will free my time to talk to you. There's a difference that, oh, you're bored, so you answer the phone. Oh, you're bored, so you talk to someone. No, if you care, you should make time to listen to people and if you feel like someone gives you their time is precious. Money is the thing that means nothing. Money, we need it, but people are so obsessed with money and greed and power. I don't even think power is that important. I think time is so precious because you can't get it back. Money comes and goes, power comes and goes, people come and go. But when you give people your time, you won't have as many exits in your life, people leaving your life, people coming and going who you can't trust, people who feed your addictions or feed your fears or feed all the things that hurt you so that they can keep you weak, so that they can get you to be compliant. Do you know how many times like someone has tried in my life when I was younger to try and make me compliant? They really, really took it as like a challenge, like, oh, she's so strong. I wonder how much pressure it takes to break her. Why would you want that? Why would you want to break me? Even in school, because I was so tall, and other kids would be like, I wonder how strong she is. You know, she's tall like a guy. I wonder who would win, you know, between a fight between her and this guy. Literally taking bets like some weird bookie, like some fucking 10-year-old bookie. Like, let's set up a fight between, you know, her and this guy or whatever. And it was like, why are you doing that? That is so weird. Sorry, I'm eating. Mm, I'm so hungry. It's like 12:44 here. It's like gone lunchtime. I'm really hungry. Hold on. Mm, mm, hold on. Oh my god, I can't chew quickly. Yeah. So then, when people would what do you call it? When people would what the hell was I talking about? Yeah, when people would see me as a kid, as a teenager, as a grown up, they have so many odd reactions to the person I am. You know, I always start off nice. I show you respect, but if you're going to fight me to the death, I'll show you our respect first, but then we can die later because I'm not going to tolerate any bullshit. And that's just the way I am. And if, you know, if people can't accept that, I'm sorry. But I'd be there for you, but you can't abuse me, you can't control me, you can't. Because even if I pretend, and there's been times when I love someone so much that I say, this is what they need from me. This is what they require from me, to be submissive, to pretend that what they said didn't hurt me, to smile and be like a robot, like a Stepford wife, and just, yes, no, yes, sir, no, sir. You know, anything for you, anything for you. And I do, if I really love and care about you, you get away with a lot. You don't realize how much you got away with that I would have checked you on, I would have stopped you on, I would have, you know, you're getting away with stuff because you see that that's not the kind of person she is. She doesn't bow down to anyone. So why is she letting me get away with this? And you start to question, why is she letting me get away with this? But then you rebel and get angry when I turn into my real self, snap out of my own spell and say, hey, stop doing that. That's enough. I've allowed enough. Playtime is over. I've allowed enough of this to go ahead. We're going to be civil. We're going to both be reciprocating from now on. And then suddenly it's like, it's not fun anymore when I'm, but why would you want me not to be myself? I can accept you exactly how you are, but at the same time, I can't guarantee that exactly who I am is going to not rebel against that. Like, I can try my hardest, but there's a part of my soul that's going to be crying inside and saying that this feels wrong, this feels strange. You're letting people walk all over you, you're letting people dim your light. Get up. Like, I can't control that part of me. That part of me is always going to be there. That part of me that wants to fight back, that indigenous part, that African warrior part, that Jamaican part, it's always going to be there. It's always going to fight back. And that's why we have to come to a compromise that we have to be honest. You know, I would rather someone, if I ring them and they don't want to talk to me, I would rather they pick up the phone and say, bitch, I don't want to talk to you right now. Don't call me for 2 months. I would respect that more than someone just looking at the phone and going, you know what, I'm not going to answer. And the reason I'm not going to answer is because I know it hurts her. I know silence hurts her because she told me why it hurts her. She told me her dad abandoned her. She told me that's how he hurt her family, by ignoring them and letting them know. And then the sick thing about my dad, and I'm not calling anyone on here sick who ghosts people or can't, you know, handle talking to people all the time, because you might be broken too. You might have issues that provoke you to, you want to control people with silence or silent treatment or ghosting. It gives you the feeling that they're going to become obsessed with me and then I won't get hurt because they'll love me more than I love them or something like that. I can kind of understand that. I don't do that just because I've been the victim of it and I don't like it and I know it's very painful. And it's dangerous to provoke people to become obsessed with you, because that's how you get a stalker, that's how you get a psychopath. That when you can't please them, whether you want to or not, when you can't give them what they want, they will turn on you. All that obsession will turn to hate, and then you will get severe consequences from those dangerous people. We've had many incidences in the UK of men and women, young and old, black and white, provoking someone they didn't know was a psychopath, provoking someone they didn't know was possibly, had violent tendencies or violent jealousy or whatever. They could have had narcissistic personality disorders. Whatever the issue was, the person was able to disguise it, to mask it, to hide it. And then they thought they were dealing with just a regular person, and then they did something, what they thought was just a little mind game, playing a little game. They made the person jealous, and the person killed them because of it, and killed the other person who wasn't even involved with it. They might have shown someone in their circle that, oh, I like her, she's amazing, she's beautiful, oh, I wouldn't mind dating her. And the person, who had the jealousy issues, went and hurt those people or killed them. There's a lot of things that, like, I would never provoke jealousy in anyone, because I've seen, like, I know someone who killed someone out of jealousy, and now they're rotting in a UK jail. And then the thing is, I used to have jealousy issues when I was younger, because there was that feeling of people, when you're teenagers, like, you're competing for attention, you're competing for everyone's attention, and you don't want to be made to feel less than or whatever. But I wouldn't care so much now. It's natural to feel jealousy rise up, but now I have more control over my jealousy than my anger. And I really hope that people hear me clearly. It is dangerous to provoke anger and jealousy in another person, because you don't know how they're going to react. They might not even know how they're going to react. It is something that, when you play games, and a lot of people do play games, it could be from their brokenness, it could be just they're bored, and that's their personality. And like people who play pranks, I don't like to prank anyone, because that is another thing that could be dangerous. You might play a prank on someone and they turn around and tomahawk you. So yeah, but it's really, it's difficult, because people want to feel like they're loved or they're cherished, but they're scared of just asking, will you love me, will you be there for me, it's like they would rather use games and to provoke the reaction, and then interpret, oh, this person loves me because they're jealous. But you might be misinterpreting that as love. Jealousy isn't always love. Like, I had someone who was jealous of me. No, sorry, jealous that I didn't want them. Jealous of my potential to go with someone else, even though I wasn't with anyone. I didn't want to be with anyone. But at the time, this was a stranger. This is the scary thing. I did not know this man. He was just a security guard at a job I worked at. So we saw each other every day, and we had a little bit of a friendly chat every day or whatever. But for some weird reason, he got really confused, and by my kindness and politeness, he thought, because I said hello every morning, that was some indication that I loved him or something. And hold on a sec. Get all these chargers. Everything's got low battery. So annoying. Anyway, so I wasn't even overly kind to him. I was just like, hello, how are you? How's work? Oh, we're going out for drinks later. Do you want to come? It wasn't like, I'm just being polite. And I was like that with everyone. It wasn't like he was getting special attention or anything. So when one time he asked me out, and I said no. I don't want to kind of be with anyone, you know, this is after my divorce. I didn't want to just rebound on people. I don't want a high body count. I just wanted to be left alone, you know, just make some friends or whatever. And he kept asking every time we'd be out drinking. He would wait till you're sort of drunk. Maybe he thought if I was half drunk, I'd be more compliant. Hold on, I'm just gonna eat while I'm talking. Hold on. Yeah. So I was thinking, why does this man keep asking me? Because I feel bad saying no every time, right? Now, this can't be good for his self esteem because I'm going to say no. And I'm thinking, well, why would he keep asking? But he's becoming obsessed. And in my mind, there's no good type of obsession. I don't need you to like me that much. Please don't get obsessed with me. I'll be there for you any way you want. But you got to accept that there's a part of me that is a rebel. I have a rebel heart. I have a warrior soul. I got all them warrior ancestors walking with me. You know, let's all just get on. You got your warrior ancestors walking with you. I've got mine. Let's not start a war. And then, anyway, so then I felt bad because he's asking and asking and hoping for a yes answer. And I'm thinking, surely he knows not to ask me again. Why are you asking me again? Because to me, it's just, you know, I don't know. It's just feeling like embarrassing now. Like, because I wouldn't ask if someone told me no once. I'll be damned if I ask again. Like, you would have to come to me. If I'm like, hey, you know, you're gorgeous. Do you want to go for a drink? And you just look me up and down and go, no. I'd be like, oh. Even if you came back to me, I'd be like, weren't you the one that looked me up and down like I was a piece of nothing and went, no. You know, I wouldn't even want you back because you didn't even let me down easy or politely. I mean, geez, damn. But yeah, I think now in Caribbean culture, we got this thing called voodoo, which comes from our African ancestors. I don't know how to do it, and I never wanted to learn how to do it. Now, I know people who have done it, and it's a real thing, and it's real evil, and it backfired on them and their family, sadly. It can curse you for generations, so no one should ever mess with that crap. But I knew there's a potential, this man, because he's from African and Caribbean background, he might get is obsessed enough to do like a love spell or something weird like that, because this has happened even to my mum, where a man asked her out and she said no, and she was polite though, but he was like, do you know what, if I wanted you, I would just have to take a piece of your hair, bind it with a spell, and call your name 3 times and you'd be running and knocking at my door. Do you know that? He told her this. How crazy is that? And she was like, do you know who my ancestors are? The same as yours. So try it. You know, so then she warned him that I might not look like I come from an African background, but my ancestors are Jamaican, Afro Caribbeans too. So yeah, you try it and I'll find the antidote, you know, or the hex to break your hex kind of thing. But it was weird. It was like, why are people doing this? Like, it's really weird. And I would never do anything like that, because why are you trying to take someone's free will away? Like, what is that about? So anyway, so then when I what was it? When I went home after having drinks, because like I said, there was a period of time where when I was with my ex-husband and unhappy, I used to go out for drinks every night after work. And I used to, you know, not get super drunk, but it was like people would buy you drinks, I think. So I didn't use a lot of money. Other people were like I said before, the pub culture and the societal culture is like, the way you thank people is like buying them a drink. So if someone did you a favor, you go, hey, I'll buy you a drink later, all right, meet me in the pub, meet me in the pub. That's like expected, you know. And so when people were trying to socialize or get people to get close to them, they're like, can I take you out for a drink? Never like, can I take you out for dinner or a coffee? It was more, can I take you out for a drink? Can I take you out for a drink? It was like always, let's go to somewhere fun where there's loads of music, loud music and people, and, you know, whatever. Dress up sparkly. Hold on, I've got to eat. Mm. Hold on. Yeah, so then when I left the party, and then I was invited to another party, I didn't know this man would be there. So I get to the party. No, sorry, actually, funny story. I arrived at the tube station where I was meant to meet my friend, and there was a load of other people there I didn't know. So she's brought a load of tag-alongs. I didn't know these people, but they were nice or whatever. One was like a white South African guy from a Greek family, but he was blonde as a Ken doll, blonde with blue eyes. And I was like, "You're not South African." And he was like, "No, my family are Greeks who they ended up in South Africa." And I was like, "Oh, but your Greeks aren't blonde with blue eyes." And he was telling me that no, the original Greeks were, and then they were mixed with the Ottomans or the Arabs. And I was like, "Really? Oh, weird. I wish I'd known that. I didn't know that." So I didn't know him, but he had oh, hold on a minute, I have to move something. Hold on. Yeah, so then I what was it? I didn't know him, but he took a shine to me. This is many years ago. And we're going to a house party, right? In a different area. I don't know this area. It's a different part of London from where I'm from. It's not in the centre where the tourists are. It's just a totally different residential area, different neighbourhood. And so I get off the tube and I meet these people and we go into the house and there's no party. The address they took me to, there's like black windows, as in no lights are on. I'm like, what the hell is this? So I look down the road, see a house full of people outside, people drinking and smoking, sitting in the garden. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure that house down there is where the party is. Dummies. Like, and they're like, no, this is the address. I said, don't ring that doorbell. It's midnight. Don't ring that doorbell because these people are clearly sleeping. And he's like, no. Like the Greek guy's like, no, ring the doorbell. So they're ringing off this poor woman's doorbell. And then I said, no, don't. They're going to call the police. And then the poor woman's like, yes. And she's talking through the intercom. And because it was a flat, like a building with flats and apartments, not a house. And then she's like, what is it? It's midnight. And then they're like, where's the party? We're here for the party. She's like, there's no party here. Go away. And I said, I told you. They gave you the wrong address or the wrong door number. This isn't even a house. They said it was at the house. There's the house full of music blaring. Like, I'm surprised they didn't call the police because the music was so loud on the street, like coming out onto the street. And then so we go into the party and we find the people. So I don't know everyone there. I used to just tag along with anyone. I wouldn't do that now. I wouldn't advise anyone to just go off with strangers. But when you're young, you're bored and you just go along with anyone, don't you? You don't think of your safety. So then when I was saying to like the Greek guy, because he took a shine to me, so he's hanging around me and getting me drinks from the kitchen and whatever. So then I'm like, oh, what's your what do you like and stuff? He says he's a Mormon. I was like, what the hell's a Mormon? At the time I didn't know what a Mormon was. I said, but aren't they the ones who believe in like space aliens are going to come and collect them at the end of days? And he was like saying like, oh, it's more than that. And I was like, okay, well, you don't have to tell me. I don't know. I don't really care. But, no offense to any Mormons, but I just didn't care at the time. So then I remember he was chatting, and we're not even talking sexy or nothing. We're just chatting, talking about what it was like for him growing up there. I was talking about apartheid in South Africa because I'm against social injustice and racism. And so I said, I shouldn't even be talking to you. And he was like, why? And I was like, because you're a white South African. Aren't you the children of the apartheid leaders? And he was like, no, I've never been racist. I can't help what happened while I was born there. And I went, all right, I'll talk to you. So I was always a bit scared to talk to any white South Africans. And then when I got that job, everyone was a white South African in my job. I was like, what the, oh my God, like, I thought, are they going to hurt me? And they were the nicest bunch of guys I've ever met. They were really protective over me. If anyone hit on me, they were like, oi, get away from her. And I was like, no, oh, you're so sweet. They were like my big brothers. It was so funny because I was afraid of them when I first saw them. I was like, I'm going to be honest, when I first speak to anyone from the deep south who's from there in America, the first thing I worry about is, are they racist? Are they related to anyone who's lynched anyone? And I don't want anyone to be offended by that. It's just something that runs through my mind. I worry about that stuff. But as long as you're not racist, then good for you. I like you. You're great. Anyway, so then the guy's talking to me, and we're talking about apartheid, and we're talking about how if he's enjoying London. Then that guy shows up, the security guard, and I'm like, what's he doing here? How did he know this party was on? So someone told him about it because we all heard about it from work. So it was kind of like a work tag along. One person said, I'm going to a house party. Anyone want to tag along? And people are bored. They'll tag along with people they barely know. So he sees me, the security guard sees me talking to this guy for a long time. We're drinking, laughing, but we're talking about social issues in the world. We're not trying to hook up or anything. I think he was a virgin. He told me that virgins don't have sex before marriage, and I was saying, oh wow, that's really rare for a man, because he was older than me, even though I was young at the time. But I kind of didn't believe him. I said, nah, I don't believe you. And he was like, no, I am. And I was like, oh, well, I thought I was going to wait till marriage, but, I made one mistake, but then I say it doesn't count, but everyone else said it counts, whatever. Why can't I say it doesn't count? It happened, but it doesn't count in my mind. And I would love to hear anyone's opinion on whether they think that if you have sex with people and you those people mean nothing, does it count? It happened. No one can say it didn't happen, but does it have to count? It is meaningless. So when I say it don't count, I'm not saying it didn't happen. But anyway, so then yeah, if anyone wants to jump in the guest box and have their say about anything I'm talking about, or talk about anything you want to talk about, you are more than welcome. So there is the StreamYard link. It is in the comments, and I've also pinned it up on the screen. So yes, but so the guy sees me, right? The security guard who became a bit obsessed with me. He, oh my God, it's raining so bad outside in London. Well, it's very bad weather at the moment. What was I going to say? Yeah, so he sees me, and obviously he started getting jealous. I wasn't aware of this. I just saw him. The reason I know this is because later on his actions will let you know why I know he got jealous. So I'm just like hanging out, sitting in a corner of a front room. Actually, we were sitting on the stairs in the hallway trying to get away from all the people drinking, smoking, because I didn't smoke. And some poor woman, like, it was a house share, right? So some poor woman's trying to sleep in her bed with all this party going on. I couldn't believe how inconsiderate they were. Like, because if you didn't want to go away to a different house, or you didn't have another house to go to, your flatmates are just having this wild party around you. And so I'm walking into different bedrooms like I'm in a public place, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm so sorry, and shutting the door. And I'm like, my God, I would feel terrified if I was in that party and not had a lock on my door, because every minute someone's walking in the room looking for places to hook up or do things. It's very scary. Like, I would hate to live with people who are just having parties all the time in our house. Like, have it at a hotel or a club or a different house, not in my house. Anyway, so then and it was a big house. For England, we don't have a lot of big houses here for working class people, but it was a big house, but it's obviously not belonging to one person. One person owns it, and then they rent it out to multiple people. Like, they have rent a room each. Anyway, but so then when I had the what do you call it? Yeah, when I had the time to just go off by myself, and I'm wandering around the house. And then I didn't get lost because it's not that big a house. And that, so I, go and use the toilet and I go and get another drink. And then I'm looking for the other guy who I was talking to and I couldn't find him. So he must have gone outside to smoke or something. And so I didn't want to go outside onto the street because it was late at night. And so I'm just in the garden, having it cooling down. You're hot and it's like sweaty. It was summer, I think, so we had a good heat wave. So I'm out in the garden. It's like, I don't know, 2 a.m, and there's a couple people smoking out there. So then they start talking to me, and I said, "Have you seen this blonde guy?" I was talking to him. I think he's got a thick South African accent, and they were like, "No, I haven't seen him. I haven't really spoken to anyone I didn't know." So then I'm chatting to them just until he comes by. Then he comes back in, the South African guy, and he's like, "Oh, I was outside." And I said, "Yeah, I figured you were outside smoking." Uh, he was like, "Oh, I know you don't smoke, so I didn't want to smoke around you, even though they said we could smoke in the house." And I was like, "Oh, that's nice, thanks." Um, so then the security guy, I had no idea he's in the garden too, but he's like lurking in the shadows in a bit where there's no light in the garden except the light of the house is shining onto part of the garden. So the garden's quite long. So if you're not within the light that's shining out of the kitchen onto the grass, you're not going to be seen. And so he's sort of smoking, but hiding, I guess, lurking. And I was like, what the hell? Like, so I look round and I hear shuffling. I see him. I see smoke. Then I realize, oh, there's a smoker over there. Then I realize it's him, but he's just staring, giving me like evil stare. And I thought, oh God, here we go. So I just ignored him because I've already told him how many times in a polite way that I'm not interested. And if he's at a party, go and find anyone else to talk to. But he clearly was like there on his own and wasn't there to sort of interact. He didn't even come and say hello to me, and he doesn't know anyone there, but he could have tried to interact. Or why would you come there if you're socially anxious or you don't like people? Anyway, so it was weird to me. So I'm not laughing at him, I'm just saying that it felt like, did this mother effer just stalk me? Like, he knew or found out I was going to be here, and now he's just watching me. And I was like, no, don't be paranoid. Maybe he's just having a cigarette, having a fag, having a cigarette. That's what we call cigarettes here. Like, the nickname is fag. I'm not being offensive. so, so when I turned my back to him, so he's about 10 feet away. Then next thing I know, and this is the part that really pisses me off, I feel hands come up under my arms and grab my breasts. And I throw them off me and turn around and I punch the guy right in the face. It's the security guard. So he literally waited till my back was turned and sexually assaulted me in front of everyone, because that is a crime. In those days, I don't know if it came under sexual assault, but now it would be a sexual assault crime. You don't grab a woman's breast, just like you don't grab a guy's dick. You don't touch those parts of anyone. Even if you grab a woman's bum now, it can be down as a sexual assault. So I'm furious, and I punch the person. I have no idea who did it until I turn around. I fling them off me within half a second and punch them, and I look, it's him. And he's on the floor on his fat ass, and I'm like, oh my God, are you so obsessed with me that you would actually touch me without my permission? I said, I'll chop your hands off. Like, I was that angry. I was like, I will chop your hands off if you touch me again. Don't ever touch me again. So they're seeing that I'm quite pissed, very pissed off. So the blonde guy says, oh, come outside, like, let's get away from him. But I was like, I will crack his jaw if he touches me again. What the hell? I've already told him I don't want him. I was never rude to him. We work together. I don't have to like you, just like people don't have to like me. What is going on? Like, how dare you do that to me, and in front of everyone? And I wasn't aware if he drank or anything. He didn't seem drunk, so he just seemed like he's a boundary crosser type person, inappropriate person. And I was really disgusted. I felt disgusting, like that he felt he could touch me that way. I was very angry. I'd never been sexually assaulted before that point. No one had ever dared touch me without my permission. And it really upset me. So I was feeling in my mind, why aren't these guys protecting me? Why aren't they beating him or whatever? But then then I thought, well, they don't know me. But at the same time, I would have thought someone would have said something, but everyone was drunk or not caring or whatever. So then I don't know if he left or not. We went outside, and then I said, I want to leave. I'm going to leave, because if I stay, I'm going to knock him out. Every time he gets up, I'm going to knock him out. Anyway, so then I said, yeah, I'm going to leave. And he was like, oh, it's late though. You know, you're going to be on the night bus by yourself. And I was like, I don't care. I'll go anywhere. I'm not scared of anything. You know, I'm willing to die. I don't care. I just didn't fear anything. I've always been very fearless. And so when I he said he's going to leave with me, right? So he left with me so I wouldn't be alone on the night bus. And he made sure I got home, and then he went home. So what I found weird about that particular situation was just how no one reacted except me. And even though I'm the victim, you'd think that someone else would have said, hey, get out of my party. We don't go for that round here. This isn't no swingers party. This isn't no boundary crossing orgy. Get out, you know? And I'm not laughing because it's not funny, but I'm laughing just because I'm trying not to connect with the negativity of the emotion, because I'm very emotional. So when I got home the next day, I was like, what should I do? Should I get him fired? Should I tell his boss? I don't know what to do. And then I was telling people about it, and they were like, they were downplaying it, like, oh, well, it could have been worse, you know, just let it go. And everyone's telling me to let it go as if I'd be laughed at if I went to the police. And even I thought I probably would be laughed at if I went to the police, because they're so corrupt and they would probably do worse. And so I genuinely was pissed off and angry. But then I thought, well, they're not going to send him to jail for it. There's much worse criminals out here. I knocked him on his ass. I punched his face. Like, I have to let it go. But then he got hold of my phone number. This is the nerve of the audacity of this bitch, this man, to call me after he's done that. But he's trying to do his little fake apology. Oh, I'm sorry, I was drunk. And I was like, no one saw you drinking, and your religion says you're not meant to drink. But whatever. But he could have been drinking, he could have been high, I don't know. But the fact that everyone else was drunk and high and wasn't touching anyone inappropriately, so that's in your nature then to cross boundaries, because you thought I was drunk and high and I wasn't, you know. So but when I remember, like, he's like saying like, oh, can we still be friends? And I was like, no, we were barely friends to begin with, and then you cross this boundary, like, ooh, no. So then, because I said, you're lucky I don't call the police, you're lucky I don't get my brothers and cousins to beat you up, like, come to your work and make you lose your job, like, because he needed his hands. He was like a magician or something. And I remember, like, I was saying, you're lucky I don't make him break your hand, you know. But I didn't want to do that, but it was just the anger making me say all that, you know, just making me feel so upset. And yeah, it was just really sad to know that people think they can just cross your boundaries like that. It really upset me. And when it really upset me, because I wouldn't do that to anyone, and I wouldn't expect anyone to do that to me. But it kind of was the first time. It was the first time something like that had ever happened to me, and it was like, it really made me feel upset that no one seemed to care to protect me. Because it's like those South African work colleagues. They would protect me when someone just spoke to me a little bit sexy. They'd be like, hey, watch your mouth, show her respect, she's like our sister, you know. And I'd be like, wow, I don't even mind if this guy talks to me sexy, because I like this actual guy, but thank you for the protection. Like, wow, I've never had that before. I've never had anyone give a shit to say, watch how you treat her, you better treat her right or else. Like, never had anyone do that for me. I was always doing that for everyone else, you know. So for me, it was really nice to actually have someone give a shit for once, you know. But then they weren't there. This was a different South African guy who was with me. And not saying I want anyone to get in trouble for me and beat him up, but no one was calling the police to that party unless someone was literally had died. I don't even know if they would call the police. They'd be worried because there was a lot of drugs going on, and I never took drugs. But we could have probably got away with teaching him a harder lesson. But I'm just saying, like, he's lucky I left, because I really was disgusted. I don't like people who cross those kind of boundaries. So when I was like, let me think. Yeah, so the thing that bothered me about how people turn a blind eye to abuse and things like that is just, it's just so, it happens it's very common. It happens on the regular. That's one thing that disturbs me, how common it is for someone to cross your boundaries. And oh yeah, the main thing, the next thing that happened that was very shocking was the same guy who had assaulted me then tried to put some weird voodoo on me, like a love spell thing. And the reason I know that is because someone told me this, and I started having weird nightmares of him. I would be in the dream walking down the street, and he would just lunge out of a doorway and be dragging me into the doorway really violently, and I'd be fighting him in the dream. And it was more a vision than a dream, because I actually have psychic gifts that have been passed down from my mum's line. And so one of my mum's brothers really psychic, and can see spirits and talk to spirits, and we can receive future, like, premonitions about the future and stuff. And I can't control it. It's just there. And like recently I had did a past life regression. So I was shown some of my past lives, and I asked to see what past lives have I had with people I've met recently who are not my family members. And I was so astonished to see that me and someone, Macmon, if you're listening, this is about you. I saw that me and you were in a past life in what looked like the 1950s. Now, I know this sounds crazy. I'm just telling you what I saw under hypnosis. And I was thinking, am I creating this? Am I making this up in my head, or is this real? But they, I thought, okay, let me just go with it. So they're asking me, like, who do you see? And I'm like, well, I see this young guy. We look about 19, and I'm a different race and he's a different race, but we're in what appears to be like, I don't know, like, it looked like the South. And then I was like, am I making this up in my head? And I was like, but why would I choose this? And it's kind of like the civil rights era, so late 50s, early 60s. And it's like, in this past life vision that I was shown, and I've had lots of visions before when I've looked at other past lives, and all those things turned out to be true because I actually linked it back to historical dates and things like that. But what's weird is that, so you were a different race, I was a different race, and I didn't look like me, so I don't look like how I look now, and you didn't look like how you look now. You were a blonde, blue-eyed looking white teenage person, and I was a sort of lighter skinned black lady, like, but we were both teenagers. And then for some reason, something happened where, like, we liked each other, but we had to keep it a secret because of the racism. And then you were seen talking to me when we tried to hide and just talk, and we were getting to know each other and like each other. It was like some racist people saw that you were treating me like a human being, basically. And when they saw that, they hurt you, and you died because of it. And I had so much guilt in the past life because I felt so guilty that because you liked me, they hurt you, and then you died I felt like you died because of me. I felt like if you didn't meet me, you would be safe, or or it was really strange. And then I was talking to my friend who helped me with the hypnotist. She's a hypnotist, a professional hypnotist, and she does like past life regressions and stuff. And I remember thinking like, what does that is that why I feel guilty now in this life? Like even when I argue with Macmillan and lash out at him, I always feel guilty, like I need to save him. I should have saved him. Why couldn't I have saved him? And then I ask myself, but you barely know each other. Why do you feel so deeply? Even he asks, why do you feel this way about me? Why do you want to be so close to me? You know, and I was like, I can't explain it. At the time before I saw this vision, I couldn't explain it. That I felt, you know, and then what was weird though is that even though you didn't look like how you look in this life, I recognized your soul. I knew it was you. You know, even when I first spoke to you through the stream we met on, I had never seen a picture of you. I didn't know what you looked like, but it was as if I recognized something about you. I recognized you on a soul level. And I know that sounds crazy, and only people who have connected to their soul and very spiritual understand what I'm talking about, because it can sound crazy. But it was really, really weird because it's a short past life, but then it's like I'm aware that like if we choose certain parts of our life, and in the spirit world before we come here we make the decision, like say if we were best friends in the spirit world but we can't remember that because we're here living this life, that we chose that, okay, I'm gonna meet you in 2024, but we're going to be in two different countries, so obviously we're not going to be able to meet in person, but there's this thing called the internet, so you're going to log into the stream, or we're going to make this stream come across you both, so you both log into this stream, and that's how you'll meet. And you'll recognize each other. You won't know why you feel comfortable talking. You won't understand why, that even when you try and get away from each other, it feels painful, it feels confusing, it feels scary. Like, because it's like on one hand, because of our human personalities and the human reactions and the brokenness we suffered as humans, you know, because imagine that we're spiritual energetic beings squashed into this human meat puppet and sent down to be born into this life we've apparently chose, this life plan, even some of the bad things we've chose to learn from. But obviously with free will, our reaction to those bad things isn't always to become stronger and get through it. Sometimes it's too much, you know, and we suffer because of it. Excuse me. But yeah, that was really interesting to see that, and it really made me cry. It made me think that, well, if this past life is true, this is why I feel this way. This is why I feel so guilty about abandoning you or leaving you. I feel so guilty, as if you would have, like, part of me is like, maybe he would have been better off if he never met me. And you know, even though it's so strange, like, but because in that past life I was like, oh my god, he would be alive if he never met me, or he would be not be feeling this pain if he never met me, or he wouldn't have to hear me say horrible things if he never met me. He wouldn't have had to witness my brokenness, reacting to his brokenness or his, you know, whatever. Like, you know, because we have good days and bad days. Some days we're in a good mood, some days we're in a bad mood. You know, we might react different ways because other personal crap is triggering us, and we, you know, just don't want to talk to anyone. But like, you know, yeah, it was really interesting, and I really do feel like I understand now that, you know, I do want to be there no matter what, and I do want to not let any brokenness in me get in the way of that. You know, it's it's weird, but also I had like what was it, the vision about one of my earliest past lives, and I could have earlier, but I mean, this is pretty early, this is Roman times. I was shown that the person who I'm very close to now as a best friend, in England, he was my husband in the Roman past life, and he saved me from, I was kidnapped and put in slavery, but I look kind of Greek or something. I sort of I look like this woman with curly hair off ER, this program called ER, and she was in The Lightning Thief as Athena. Percy Jackson's The Lightning Thief. That actress, I looked just like her. When I looked in the reflection of myself, I was like, whoa, I don't even look like myself. Like, well, myself now. And I was like even the body I have now is not the true me. The I am me, but it's like my energetic body is not this little human body. So it's so weird. So when you recognize someone or you get close to someone, sometimes it isn't the physical attraction. Sometimes it really is a soul recognition. You know, because there's other people I met in that stream, and I don't want to talk to them again. I don't have any guilt about leaving them behind. I don't care, like, because they were disrespectful and rude, and I don't want to talk to them no more. But yet with Macmon, for you, like with you, Mac, it's different because I recognize you. I already know you, you know. So it's like, so even if we can't get back good in this life, I know I'll see you again in the spirit world when we go home. You know, whoever goes home first. If I go home first, I'll be there when you get there. You know, or I'll, you know, I know it sounds crazy, but even if you need it, I'll come back and be your guardian angel. Like, you know, you're probably like, oh my god, even when I die, I can't get away from her. That's what I would say to my friend. I would say to him, like, you can't escape me. It's been 5,000 years, and I've met you again in this life. Haha. You tried it. You tried to escape. But you know, as a on a serious note, like, I really do care about you, Mac, and I don't want you to believe any horrible things that the anger and the brokenness made me say. That wasn't true. You're a good person and you deserve good things. So, but like, back to the Roman days. So I was kidnapped, taken to Rome, forced to be a servant, but then my best friend, who was from a rich Roman family, and weird because his two parents, his mum and dad in this life, who I've met, are look the same. So he looked the same as he looks in this life. They look the same. So I recognize them physically as well as on an energetic soul level. But I didn't look like me in this life. And then when I saw my best friend, he saw me and he fell in love with me and he saved me. So he stopped them making me a slave and he married me. But his parents were disapproving because I was not rich and I was a former slave, even though I was kidnapped from another country where I was free. And so, and then in the life, I remember it's like the hypnotist asks you questions and says, okay, what do you look like? Find a puddle, find a mirror, find your reflection. What do you look like? And then you describe it. Then they'll say, what are you wearing on your feet? Can you see any clothing you're wearing? What period of time is this? And I was barefoot and like, oh no, I'm wearing a kind of poor people's tunic kind of thing, like looks a bit Roman. And then everyone else was looking like Julius Caesar with their posh, whatever you call it, tunics or whatever. And so I was like, oh yeah, I'm in Rome. I'm in ancient Rome. And also being a historian, then I know things like I recognize things. It was obvious. It was Roman. So then when I what was it? Yeah. So then they say, okay, fast forward to a pivotal event, a significant event. So then your brain, almost like a movie reel, or like it's fast forwarding, and then it stops at a scene, and it's showing you, and you're seeing it through the eyes of this body in the vision, and you can feel your arms, your legs, your eyes. You're sort of like a second observer, but you are seeing it through, almost like you're looking through binoculars, but you're in that body. And then it's like you're simultaneously connected to that body and separate. It's really weird. It's cool but weird. And when I what was it? When I was asked what's the most significant thing, I was holding a baby like I'd just given birth at home in this big posh villa we lived in, but I wasn't happy, and I looked at the little white baby, and because I'm not like full white in this, I'm multiracial, so it's weird for me looking at like, oh, I'm white in this life, or I'm Greek or whatever, and then I got this little baby that doesn't look like how I look, and I'm just like, oh, look at this poor little baby, like, and then, but in my mind, I'm feeling sorry for the baby, like I'm like, I didn't want him. I didn't mean him any harm, but I didn't want the baby because I said, now you're going to get all the love and I'm not going to get anything. So it was such a weird reaction. I was like, that's not me. That's not how I think. But in that particular past life, I wanted all my husband's attention. I didn't want the child to take it away. I was afraid that he was going to love the child more than me. And I thought, how weird, what a weird feeling, that it was like someone else's feelings, but I knew it was connected to me and I didn't know why. And I didn't mean the baby any harm. But then they said, okay, now I'm explaining this to the, what do you call it? To the person, my friend doing the hypnotism thing. She's asking questions and she's saying, explain how you feel, what's happening. So I give the baby back to a servant, so now I have servants, but I don't treat them badly, and then she puts them in a crib or bassinet or whatever, and then my husband's, which is my best friend in this life, but his parents hate me because I'm not rich, I was a former slave, whatever, and so I hate them for hating me. I hate the fact that they hate me, but I wish they loved me, but because you hate me, I'm going to hate you back, because you don't care about me, you don't. So maybe I was like, oh, you're going to love my child but not me, so there was that feeling of never feeling accepted, never feeling loved, never. Why am I not good enough? I know I am good enough, but why are you telling me I'm not good enough? Why are you trying to convince me I'm not enough? And so it could, the feeling now that I have similar to that, not the feeling towards a child, because I don't believe if I had any connection with a child, if I had to raise a child as a foster carer or an adopted parent, I would never make the child feel not good enough. I would never feel like they're going to get more love than me. I know I would never feel that way. But it's like weird how I kind of, it's just weird. It's weird how those feelings, some of those feelings from the past seem to come up now, and certain situations trigger me now, and it's weird. So anyway, they were saying, what else? Is there any other significant things? And I was like, no, it's not showing me anymore. And then they're like, okay, let's go on to another life, ask to be shown, your next significant life. So imagine if you've had loads of past lives, but we're only asking to be shown the most significant ones where the feelings you had or the lessons you learned or didn't learn actually connect to this life now. So, like some people might have had hundreds of past lives and some people might have only had a few because they might have chose tough lives in order to evolve their soul quicker, and then they chose not to come back. Whereas some might have chose, different reasons for coming to Earth, to experience being a mum or a dad, or experience being married, or I don't know. So their lives that they chose might not have a lot of tragedy because they didn't come down to learn that lesson, to evolve their soul that way. So the next one, I was a male. I was part of the French aristocracy in the 1700s. I was clearly related to Louis XIV, which was really weird because I absolutely was obsessed with Versailles when I was younger. I saw a photo of it and said, oh, I recognize that place. I want to live there. And I was really young and didn't know what Versailles was, but yet for some reason I kept saying, I know this place. When I saw the photo, it was like a deja vu. And then I don't know if anyone knows it. Versailles is not far from Paris. It's in France and it's outside Paris, maybe half an hour. And it's where King Louis XIV in the 17, I think it was the late 1600s, set up his court in order to have more power, because the palaces in Paris, he didn't have a lot of control over the nobles who were out in the suburbs and stuff of Paris, and they had like standing armies and control. And when some of the peasant people rioted as well, um, and because those peasant people rioted, there was a point where they did break into the palace and they wanted to kill the queen, which is his mum at the time. And they didn't end up, she just managed to run away through a secret door. But then her son, the future Louis XIV, was left in his bed. So he just pretended to be asleep. He was like 5 or something and he didn't know what to do. So he just stayed still and pretended to be asleep. And when the rebels and the rioters saw him, they just were like, oh, he's just a 5-year-old child, like, God bless the king. And then they backed away, even though he wasn't the king. They were like, God bless the future king, and he didn't get hurt. But then he always remembered that. And this is a historical thing. This is written down in history. He said he always remembered that, and that is why he became adamant that he will make sure he has an iron grip over, when he becomes king, over the country. And so you see, a childhood trauma caused his reaction. It's cause and effect. This happens often when you are exposed to certain things. He could have decided, well, I feel sorry for the peasantry or the nobles because they were just fighting against tyranny of my dad's reign. No, he decided to become a tyrant too. So he decided, I'm going to make sure I'm always holding the stick. I don't want to be, it all stems back to a lot of the things that happen to us now as adults can be connected back to childhood, and our reactions and things. That's why it's so important to have honest conversations with yourself, to analyze yourself, to look at, well, okay, when this happens, I react this way, but why do you react that way? Oh, this person shows me love, but I'm going to reject it because I like it, but I don't want her to feel like she has power over me. Her love makes me feel weak, because when I love someone, I feel weakened. Not wanting to feel weakened, but I know that they now know that I have a soft spot for them. They know they can twist my feelings because I love them. They know it. Whereas if I know you love me, I appreciate it and I want to protect it, and I want to protect both of us, and I appreciate it and will give you back even more love when I know you're loyal and you love me. And it's very hard. It's like, say if someone wanted an open marriage or open relationship, I would respect someone more for telling me up front, this is what I want, take it or leave it. And then if I take it and then I get upset about it later, I can't really complain, can I? I mean, I can complain, but they're going to say, you chose to accept this. And then I would get angry with myself and say, yeah, you're right. I did try and trick myself into thinking I could accept it, deep down knowing I couldn't really accept it. So there's that part where I have to take responsibility and accountability for the fact that I'm trying to delude myself or put myself in denial, like when I know that certain things I cannot tolerate. Even if I wanted to tolerate it, I can't, because my entire every fiber of my being is going to rise up and rebel against certain treatment, certain things. Something that someone else is not bothered by will bother me in an instant. Something that people won't care to fight back against, I will always fight back against. I'm very, very honorable and chivalrous and dignified and have integrity, and I want to be treated well, just as well as I treat you. I deserve that. You deserve to be treated well, but so do I. And we should be a team. We should be a team against this world, against this sick world. We should be fighting against them. It's like, we're not part of this world. We're separate from this sick world. So why are you against me? I'm with you, but I'm on your side. Like, why are you drilling holes in your own boat, because then we're all going to sink, you know. But yeah, so in that life where I was French aristocracy, and what was weird is I did go and visit Versailles with my ex-husband, and I remember I said there was an area where they put the visitors centre where you show the tickets to get to come in. But initially, like, I was like, this used to be stables. Where are the stables? And he was like, there's no stables. This is the visitors centre. And he was like, why do you think there's stables? And I was like, no, I know there were stables here. And I asked them, I said, excuse me, is there like a historian or someone who knows the history? And then she brought someone over and I said, were there stables here where you've built this visitor centre? And he said, yes. How do you know that? They were taken down like centuries ago. And I went, you wouldn't believe me if I told you, but I've had a past life here. You know, like they didn't even know what I was talking about, but I was just like, never mind. Just you've confirmed something that I couldn't possibly know unless the past life was true. Because at that time I'd not researched anything, and that stable thing wasn't in any historical documents or photos that I'd seen or paintings that well, not photos, paintings. um but yeah, it was weird because when I was on my way to Versailles, when you first get off the metro train, which is like an underground train, a subway, a tube train, we call it in London, their version of the tube train in Paris is the metro, and they were built around the same time. And you come out the metro, and I'm walking past the McDonald's, I get a bite to eat, and then there's this big long road, and you can see Versailles Palace at the end of this big long road. So it's a big, long kind of procession way, you might call it. So I see it, and the minute I see it, it's like deja vu, and I get this huge amount of pride, like I'm going to my home and I'm so proud of it. This is my thing, or I belong to this place. It was the weirdest sensation of deja vu. Like, I don't know how many people, you know, can relate to that heavy deja vu when you go to a place or you see someone or something happens and you're like, why do I feel like this has happened before? Or even if you pick up an object, an old object, like when I used to see pocket watches and pick them up in a museum or whatever, or in a shop, I had the biggest overwhelming feeling of deja vu. Like even with quill pens, which is just a feather that's been made into a pen, a quill. I love quills and I love sealing wax. You know, when they burn and drip the red wax and then put the brass sealing, the seal of their coat of arms. It's more popular in England, I think. But like people still buy it now for like wedding stationery and stuff. Because we have so much long history here, it's like I don't know if other countries really care about that stuff, but like when I see that in shops, and then it's like deja vu, like I used to have these things. I even bought a set, like a beautiful writing set with a quill, with a beautiful feather, and the little the what do you call it, the little brass thing. I got one, it had like what do you call it, a fleur-de-lis, and the fleur-de-lis is a symbol of French royalty. I was always really drawn to that as well. I remember my mum got me a bed duvet cover to put on my bed, and curtains, and they had fleur-de-lis on it with a blue curtain with yellow fleur-de-lis all over it, and the bedspread was matching. And I absolutely adored that when I was younger, because I don't know why I got the biggest deja vu about it. Like, that symbol belongs to me. It was so weird. And so in that particular past life, my mum in this life was Louis XIV, and she was cruel to me. She took away my voice the same way she did in this life. She warned me that if I fought back, I would be silenced violently. She made it clear that even if I was, you know, an heir to the throne or a relative of theirs, I would never have power. And if I changed any of their policies, there would, you know, there were lots of threats. There was lots of threats of violence, and it was weird. And I kept trying to fight back, and being silenced and feeling weakened, you know, from my situation. So even though I'm a royal member of this royal family, I have no power, even though it's a relative. And then also at the beginning of that past life, when my friend said, show us, look down at your feet, look at your clothing, find your reflection, what do you look like? And I was like, oh my God, I'm a man, and I'm in these beautiful clothes, these very French, late 1600s clothes, especially because I'm a historian, I knew instantly the era of the clothing. And then so I was like, wow, this is crazy. And then but I still felt like me, which is weird. The me that I am, the me that is talking to you now, that happens to be a female in this life, I didn't feel like a female inside the man. I was him, but I was also still me. It's really hard to explain. So when I yeah, so when my friend said, okay, you've seen what you look like, and I was looking in the mirror. And what's crazy is that when I visited Versailles, I actually looked in those same mirrors, and it was like I knew these mirrors because I'd already looked in them. I knew these chandeliers, I'd already stood under them. I knew that chair, I'd sat in that chair. It was so weird. It was cool, but also weird. And then I even saw revolutionary graffiti where they'd scratched 1789 into the window pane. But I was alive. I died before that time, but it was just weird seeing that. It's like when I saw it, my brain said, this is where it ended. This is where the line of kings ended, or the line that was belonged to me, sort of thing. It was very confusing, and but cool at the same time. And basically when I looked it up in history and said, who could I have been then? If I'm related to Louis XIV, which person am I? Can I find this person? So I looked through all the royals, and I'm looking at, because my friend asked me, what did you die of? Can you ask the question in your head, what did I die of? And it was some kind, whatever they said, I think it was like a heart problem or something. And I was only young, between 30 and 40 when I died. It was like an unexpected heart problem. And so weirdly, when I looked it up, there was someone who had died of some kind of heart thing between ages 30 and 40. And then when I looked at their photo, I recognized them. I think I was that person. I recognized the painting. I keep saying photo. There were no photos in this particular time. But I recognized the person. I'm not joking. And I was like, wow, I was him. And then when I saw who my son was meant to be in that life, who was born before I died, but I died when he was young. Guess who my son would have been? The one, the Louis the, either my son or my grandson would have been Louis the 16th, the one who got his head chopped off with his wife Marie Antoinette. And it's so weird because before I even had this past life regression or went to Versailles, I always had a lot of sadness towards the French Revolution and the way they were killed. I always felt like the royals should have gave money to the poor and helped the poor, because one dress of theirs could have fed a whole village, and they were living in luxury and the people were suffering. I didn't agree with that lack of care and empathy. And that's what I was arguing with my relatives in the past life. I said that we have everything and they have nothing. We need to do better. We need to help. And they were just like, be quiet. This is the status quo. This is how we are. We don't fraternize with them. We keep them under our boot. It was very sad. And then because I was silenced in that life, then I made the connection, and my friend made the connection, that that's why I don't want to be silenced in this life. I think that's why I fight so hard to be heard and speak up for others who don't feel they can speak up, because I'm always defending and speaking up for people, speaking out against bad things that I've seen going on, social injustice, racism, sexism, abuse. I'm always trying to stick up for someone. So yeah, it was really weird. It was and I left out that the mother of me in that French past life was the person who played my mother in that life is my sister in this life. How weird is that? So my mother was the uncle, I think he was the Louis the 14th. Either he was my dad or my uncle, I can't remember. And when it's like when my friend asked me, show us another significant moment, and she was my mother, but she was ignoring me, and it was like she's letting like I'm a small child, maybe 3 or 4, and I run over to grab her leg to hug her, and she kicks me away and tells the servant, like, move this child away from me, even though I'm her child. And weirdly, in my life, in this life, my sister treats me that way. Even when I was a little 4-year-old, I remembered so distinctly, it's so weird. In my real life, in this life now, I was 4 years old when I met my older sister, who my mum had a child when she was 18, when she was forced to marry someone who she didn't want to marry. And the child grew up and got to about 17 or no, about 21. And then my mum had already left her abusive dad and was with my dad. And so this other sister, her dad is full Jamaican. And so she grew up with them. And so when my dad knew about her and met her and said, oh, you have a little sister now, do you want to meet her? And then she said, oh, okay. And then he gave her the address. And then when she came to our house, I didn't know who she was. I just thought, wow, this lady looks like my mum a little bit, because she came out light skinned like my mum. She didn't look like her dad. And when my mum said, called me by my name and brought me over and said, this is my older daughter, this is your sister. And I went, wow. I was like just 4, but I was excited, like, wow, I have a sister. Because I'd been just around my disabled brother, and he was 9 years older, and we didn't really have any much connection. And it was really exciting for me. I wanted her love. I wanted her to care about me, because my mum was on and off, sometimes she would, like, before 7 she did act like she cared about me, but that's because I wasn't questioning anything and I was under her control, her total control. And she did spoil me a lot with toys and things when I was younger. Like, I remember having like a little fur coat when I was like 3, and it was made of like white seal pup skin. It was weird. Like, I don't know how they still sold those. Like, where did you get this from? Like, how like rappers in America will have chinchilla fur coats. So imagine you got this little pretty dolly looking 3-year-old in like a seal pup white fluffy coat. It was really odd. Anyway, so yeah, she used to just like have a bit of a spendaholic, over the top behavior, where she would buy any and everything and want people to be jealous of her and look at her like she has a lot, and yet we didn't have a lot. So why are you wasting our money on fur coats? Hold on. But yeah, it was really weird how, one sec. Oh, it's just that. Yeah, it was really weird to me how like the sister in this life, when I met her at 4 years old in this life, she was extremely cold. She didn't like me. I don't know. At the time, I didn't know why. I was very confused. I thought, oh no, not another adult who wants to treat me weird. Like, what's going on? And then so when I had tried to get to know her, as little kids do, they say, come and see my room, because that's the only thing you own when you're a kid, is your little room, your little toys, your little, you don't have anything else. So why wouldn't I want to show you my toys? Apparently we're family. So, but it was weird. It was like she went and saw my room, but she just blankly looked around. She didn't speak to me. She didn't even hug me. It's really weird. And so I was trying to get to know her, ask her to play games with me, and she just would sit there and stare at me like a jealous child would, Then years later, come to find out she hated me because I got to grow up with my mum and she didn't, even though we're like 17 years apart. So what on earth do I have to do with what happened between my mum and your dad and their divorce and your custody battle? Why, how do I have any control over that? You know, um so her brokenness made her very cruel to me. And so then when I got to about 10, I realized that this bitch don't like me. She hates me. She's shown me this for a long time. And between 5 and 10, I ignored it. I didn't want to believe it. I was in denial. I was like, no, she's just had a hard life. Try and get over it. But then one day I just snapped and it was the last straw. And I thought, I will never talk to this be again. I was really angry because she just kept showing me she hated me, and I just said, you know what, I'll give you a reason to hate me. Before, you had no reason to hate me. I will give you a reason to hate me. That's how I felt. And that's sometimes how I think I react as an adult, is the feeling that I've been good to you, but you're giving me the impression that you hate me. I'll give you a reason to hate me. And sadly, that is, I hate to react that way. I don't want to feel that way, but it's a reaction, my brokenness reacting to what is triggering difficult old memories. Like I said before, if I tell you about my life or the bad things in my life, it's not so you feel sorry for me. It's so that you can understand why I am the way I am. And I would hope that when I tell you about my past and brokenness, that you won't use it against me. Just like how you ask me, if you say anything personal to me, you say, don't use it against me. And I'm like, I would never ever use that against you. I'd never hurt you. But then I know that there's probably people in your life that have said those same words. I'll never hurt you, and they probably hurt you the worst. So I understand the pain and the distrust of, well, how can I trust you? I couldn't trust, if I can't even trust my own family, if I can't even trust someone I would have gave my life for. Like, I can understand. Oh my god, sorry, there's loads of texts going off and notifications. But yeah, like, I can understand that, but then when I'm in that bad anger space where I've lost control of my anger, because people don't realize how much I try and control myself. If I didn't control myself, I'd be going off on everyone all the time. Like, and sometimes, I understand that when you've been through a lot, sometimes you feel not safe to go off on the people closest to you, but that you can't go off on members of the public because the consequences could be worse. But somehow, if you go off against me, I'll get upset, but I want to come back. I don't need to come back. I want to come back. You know this about me. I told you it's what I want. I told you, you know what I mean? So it's like, part of me is like, don't use that care and love against me. Don't use it as a way to hurt me, because you already know I don't mean you any harm. I want to always be there. I want to always be that safe haven in the UK, that if you ever come to the UK, you will be safe. You will have fun. You can experience something new. You don't have to always be in the same life, repeating the same thing every day over and over and over, But like I said, like, what was the other past life? Oh, yeah, there was another past life in what looked like the 30s with a guy I had met many years ago after I left my husband. He was from New Zealand. He was part Maori, part Irish. And when I met him, I knew we had a past life together because it was just too obvious. Like, this, I recognized his soul. It's always something about the eyes. If I'm right in front of you, it's usually the eyes. I can tell if I look into your eyes and I recognize them. But it's more than that. It is a soul thing. Like with you, Mac, I hadn't seen you, but I knew you. So obviously your voice is triggering, activating the recognition, because there's loads of people on there with similar accents, and I don't like their accent, or I don't want to hear them talk, you know what I mean? But then because we've shared a past life, then I'm recognizing you. It's like activating something, you know. So then when I saw this person, because I'm seeing them, oh my god, it's so rainy here, it's loud. Anyway, yeah, so when I saw this person from my past life, in person, in the flesh, it was like, initially I was just like, have we met before? And he's like, no, I don't think so. And I'm like, oh, never mind. So I ignored it. And then as we got closer by working together and performing cultural dance with this performing arts group we were working for, suddenly, this was like a month later, because I didn't see him every day, and a month later we were doing a no, he was doing a performance with the kids and I was in the audience. So it's like in a field outside, you know, like Glastonbury, where it's like, you know, you're on stage performing but you're in the audience, and then there's a couple people around me, but I'm in like a sort of special VIP bit. And then I'm looking at him, I'm watching the kids and thinking, oh, this is so cute. But then he suddenly turns and looks at me, and it was weird. It was like slow motion. It was like the wind was gently billowing my outfit. And it was like a weird movie moment, and everything slowed down. And it was like he looked at me and we locked eyes, and he would not take his eyes off me. And I'm looking behind me like, who's he looking at? Like, why isn't he focusing forward? He's meant to be performing. And it was weird because he was just staring at me. And then I stared at him and I'm like, what's going on? And then I felt like a lightning bolt feeling through my chest. Like, I remember who you are. I know who you are. It was like that. It was weird. And it's the same thing, you know, I've only felt that feeling with you, you know, with Macmon, with my best friend who I had the Roman past life with this guy who I just mentioned, and the last ex I had. But the thing is, even though we've had past lives together and have agreed to come back and meet in this life, it was to learn harsh lessons. See how this has not been an easy lesson. We met and it should have been totally easy, totally, you know, straightforward. But because we've already been through a ton of brokenness and pain and misery, it got in the way of us just being able to just help and heal each other, you know. And you know, sadly, we've been around, you know, before we met each other, Mac, we've been around many people who probably took advantage of our weaknesses when we weren't feeling our strongest. You know, they saw our addictions or things we couldn't control, and they fed those things in order to keep us down, in order to, you know, in order to steal from us or take from us, whether it's stealing our money, stealing our happiness, stealing our strength, you know, stealing our right to say no, like stealing our consent, you know, whatever it was, like people have taken from us. And so it left us angry, you know. But I just wish that we could be on the same side, you know, because I'm not perfect and I'm working through a lot of stuff. And I know you've been through a lot of terrible stuff, Mac. And I just, you know, I just want us to be to be a good thing when we think of each other, for it to be a good memory, not a bad one. So but yeah, that guy from New Zealand, I thought, wow, I've met another soulmate. That's cool. And I was assuming it was going to be a happy interaction. It was not. It went from he loves me and adores me and would die for me to just doing the worst things to me. It was so painful. I just, oof, I don't even really want to talk about it on here. But yeah, so that just goes to show that even when you have had, um, you know, the lightning bolt feeling that I have every time I meet someone I've been in a past life with, it doesn't necessarily mean the lessons you both agreed to come here and give each other are pleasant ones. It could be difficult, you know, things that you're going to experience and go through, it doesn't necessarily always turn out good in the end. It might just be that you must go through these harsh lessons, teach each other these lessons by reacting, or giving each other certain behavior that triggers the other to react. And but it's like, I'm hoping that, okay, we've been through the tough bit and we can choose to be in a better place now. We can choose that. That's what I'm hoping. I mean, like with that last guy, with that one who was Maori and Irish, he when I used to ask myself, why isn't it working? I've done everything this person asked and they still keep mistreating me. I have to walk away. Like when I walked away, he was horrified. Like he was like, what? You're turning your back on me? And I was like, bitch, you've done so much to me. What do you mean? Why are you treating me this way? Like, so you want me to stay? And he blatantly wanted me to stay there and watch him be with someone else and watch him have the happily ever after. He wanted me to stand there and watch him, after he's rejected me, be with someone else. And I said, I can't do it. I'm sorry. Like, I wouldn't even want you to do that. If I, like, it wasn't even that he picked the other person because he loved them. He picked them for money. He said so. He said, I really want to be with you, but because you're a different race and because you're not one of my people, all my people will be against me if I pick you. And this woman's, she's from our tribe. She's got money. She's related to some Maori actor, even though he abandoned her and doesn't even like her, but whatever. He thought, oh, I want my kids to be related to this person in history, whatever. So my ex-husband was related to Captain Cook. I didn't care and think, oh my God, well, I don't like you, but I better have kids with you so my kids will go down in history as the descendants of a colonist. So stupid. But so it was weird to me how, he would do things on purpose. He would bring the woman in front of me and try and be rubbing up on her and kissing her, like right in front of me. Like he wanted me to be jealous. And at the time I was red hot jealous, like really not jealous of her, but and I think jealousy is the wrong word. I think angry. Yeah, angry. But obviously it manifests as jealousy because people think you want her spot. So that makes you look jealous. But I was like, no, I want you to treat me like a human being who you give a shit about. Like, I would never do this to you. And the weird thing is, I was so dignified that I just rolled my eyes and looked away and was laughing at my friends and not even though inside I was very angry, but I never showed it. And that made him more angry because I wasn't showing. It's like if someone's hitting you and you won't go down or you won't cry or you won't let them see that they hurt you. It was weird. And then when I said I had to walk away because I couldn't stand to see it anymore, this ugly woman hanging off his arm and smiling in my face like, yeah, you wanted this, didn't you, bitch? I'm like, no, I don't, because if he would treat me this way, I don't want him. But it was like weird how, this woman was so insecure and jealous of me because she knew he really wanted me. So it was such a weird situation. She was obsessed with anything I did. If I was just eating an apple in the corner, she'd try and convince everyone I was up to no good, or she'd be telling lies about me. She'd be getting people not to talk to me. She'd tell them lies so they would be scared to talk to me or hate me or some bullshit. And it was really weird. Like, I can't even believe like I went through all that. And then that was quite a while ago. So when I come across new stresses and struggles, now I'm super angry because I'm like, do you know what? You have no idea the stressful things I've been through. And that was not even the most stressful thing. I've had much worse happen to me, but it's just that weren't even the worst thing that was going to happen to me. After that, even worse things happened. And I thought, then I start getting angry when I think, that what I chose this life. Then I get angry at myself and say, you stupid idiot, why did you choose this life? It's so horrible. If that's what they say, we choose it to learn life lessons. Apparently this earth is an earth school, that we come down here to learn lessons, that we've already planned out our life plan. I don't know. It's hard to, even though I've been shown this with my psychic gift and relatives who have passed away, let me know, yes, there is a spirit world. Yes, we are fine. Yes, we're up here. Yes, we are healthy and fine, and there's no pain up here. We are not the people we were on Earth who hurt you or were not mentally all there or not caring. We're watching over you and we wish you well, but you do have to go through these hard times because this is the test that you chose. This is the life that you chose, so you could evolve your soul quicker when you come home. It's very hard because even though I know for a fact 100% that when you die here, it is not the end. Your spirit goes home to where you came from in the first place. Like, I've never felt at home on this planet, this shitty little rock. I've never felt at home here. I always had this yearning for a home, and that I didn't know where it was. Like, I used to think, is London my home? Because that's where I'm from. That's where I was born. But when I didn't feel at home, I thought, is it racism that doesn't make me feel welcome here? Is it the weather is crap? Is it, what is it? Why don't I feel okay here? It doesn't matter which part of London I moved to. Then I lived in New Zealand and other countries, and they were beautiful and the standard of living was great, and yet I still didn't feel at home. Then I used to think, is it because human beings are never satisfied? Am I ever going to feel satisfied? Is anything ever going to make me happy? But I thought, well, no, helping people makes me happy. Helping people feels like my real vocation, my real reason for being here. And so I try so hard to always help others, to always be polite, to always be considerate. But I don't get the same behavior in return very often. If anything, I get mistreated quite a lot for no reason all through my life, and it's painful, it's annoying, but I don't know. I just hope those people who I've helped in my life just, are doing better, and I just wish well for everyone, for the whole world. Like, I'm not even trying to be all Pollyanna and hippy dippy. Like, I really do feel that I want the world to be a normal, decent place, but I know that will never happen because this world is set up to be an evil, disgusting, horrible place. In order for us to get through this assault course of terrible things, so that when we go home, we've got those lessons we've learned that evolves our soul. One thing I was shown, and another thing that was confirmed by friends who've had near-death experiences, and even by other people I've spoken to who have had near-death experiences, they confirmed that when the ones who have the hardest lives down here, they have they are the bravest souls. So if you've had a really hard life with terrible atrocities, I am so sorry for your pain and your loss and your grief. I'm very, very sorry you had to go through that. And I pray for God to strengthen you and help you to cope. You didn't deserve any of that. It wasn't your fault. Sadly, these horrible things, we have to go through them. It's very, very hard. But when like, they confirmed that when you're up in the spirit world, it's like you're there and everything's very matter of fact. It's like, oh, okay, I want to go down to Earth to evolve my soul. So you're looking down at Earth like, wow, that place is horrible and crazy, but you're not feeling the feelings. You're just watching like, okay, well, I'm a brave soul. I can handle anything. So then you're shown, okay, well, these are the options for your life if you want to go down and be reincarnated or incarnated if it's your first time coming to Earth. You would choose, or you'd be given the options of a life plan, like, okay, well, in this life plan, you're going to be this woman, and when you're born between this age and this age, you're going to be abused, and then when you leave this, you're going to end up in an abusive marriage, and then for the first 50 years of your life, total abuse. How you react to that abuse is going to be how you react to that abuse is going to result in how much your soul will get evolved. Because some people might just take themselves out of here after the abuse. They might not survive it because it's too much. Because of free will, they have the option to leave, you know, even though it's tragic and sad, and you know, for people to take their own life. But then if it's too much, you know, they couldn't go on and complete the mission, and there's no shame in that. And I think it's really cruel when people say, oh, it's the coward's way out to take your own life. No, it's not. I don't believe that for a second. You know, no one knows what other people go through, the pain and the stress, you know, and it can just take one moment of too much pressure and you break, you know. But at least you go home to a place of no pain and no suffering anymore. But the people left behind judge that soul, you know, oh, look at them, they were weak, they couldn't hack it. And that's just not true. Like, that's not how you should see it, is what I mean. You shouldn't judge. You don't know, you weren't in their shoes. You should have sympathy, compassion, and empathy. And if you can't, shut your mouth. Like, if you've got nothing nice to say, don't say anything at all, you know. Because if I was to take my own life, I don't need anyone's comments about it, you know. The loved ones I leave behind would be sad and grieving, but, you know, only I would know why and whatever. But, you know, I try really hard not to want to do that, but it is hard. Some days I don't want to be here. The world is so sick and disgusting and evil that, and then the things I have to deal with are very, very tough. Like, I go through a lot of stuff. I know that I'm probably going to go through a lot of stuff. I mean, even like a lot of psychic friends they have stronger psychic gifts than me, and they've done like tarot card readings and psychic readings for me and gave me messages from angels and stuff. And they really said, I don't want to tell you this. And I was like, tell me, oh my god, what is it? And they're like, and this is them telling me when I'm like 20, when I'm like in my early 20s. Like, they're like, well, you're gonna probably have a lot of suffering until you're 50. And I was like, bitch, don't you tell me that. And she was like, I didn't want to tell you. And I'm like, no, I don't believe it. But so far, you know, it's been nothing but suffering. And so I'm worried that, oh my god, I got so many more years of suffering until at 50 finally I'm going to have 50 last years of happiness. And I don't really care if I live to 100. I'm keen to go home. Now, I'm not telling anyone to kill themselves, but I just mean that if anything happens where, like, if a bus starts driving on the pavement, maybe I won't jump out of the way because I want to go home. I'm sick of this life. I hate this life. But at the same time, there are lots of people who rely on me, who love and care about me, who I love and care about. And even if I'm staying here for them, people might say, oh, you got to live for yourself, don't live for others. No, it's important to care about others. So even if my only purpose here is to love and care for others, I can still try and look after myself and put myself first. But I really don't like being here. This world is disgusting and evil, and I hate it. You know, if I was to go home, like if my heart stopped right now, I would go with a smile on my face, go home to the spirit world, see all my ancestors. They'd be like, oh my god, you poor thing, come home, please come home. They would come and get me. I'd be so happy. I'd spit a loogie back down to this horrible earth, throw the middle finger up, some deuces, and be like, I'm home. But like, it just, you know, it's weird because you know, I mean, you could come back and be a guardian angel for someone who's still down here on their journey, to help their journey be easier a little bit. And, you know, I would definitely do that for you, Mac, for my best friend, for anyone who I care about. Sorry. But yeah, I definitely, you know, I find it hard being here, but I try really hard to hold on, because apparently there's many people I'm supposed to help who I haven't met yet, who I'm destined to help. And, you know, I want to be here to help them. You know, if meeting me or we're meant to help each other, you know, just like how sometimes you meet someone and you don't even realize you helped them. Like one time I remember I went to a Reiki lady who says she does Reiki, and I hadn't done it before. I didn't know what it was. Someone just suggested it because I wasn't sleeping and I had a lot of stress. And she said, "Oh, go and have a Reiki session. That'll help." And I was like, "All right, I'll try anything." So I went and I found this lady who happened to be a psychic medium as well. So she could also give you spirit messages as well and angelic messages. So I said, "You don't touch me, do you? It's not a massage." And she was like, "No, no, I don't touch you, but I use the energy and the angels work through me and put healing energy into you." And I was like, "Oh, okay, that sounds great." So then I'm lying on this sort of uh, bed, massage table thing with a blanket over it, and then she's burning sage, and it really stinks. The sage is good for getting all negative energies off you, but it's really smelly. It's like gets in your hair, your clothes, for like you got to wash your hair, you got to change your clothes. It's really strong. It's like incense but stronger, like, and it's a bitter smell too. It's not a sweet smell. So I'm lying there thinking, "Oh, I'm going to stink after this." Like, I'm not going to be able to go shopping after this. I'm going to have to go home and take a shower and then go back out. So then I'm relaxed, and she's got the whale music or the chime music, whatever, like, and I'm thinking, "Oh, this is relaxing. This is nice." And then I feel what feels like a hand on my stomach, on my where my belly button is, and I'm thinking, "This woman said she wasn't going to touch me, and I don't like being touched because I'm very OCD. Don't touch me unless your hands are clean. I want to see you sanitize your hands in front of me, like. And why are you touching me when you promised you wouldn't touch me?" So I'm getting annoyed, thinking, "Get your hand off me!" But I've got my eyes closed. So a couple seconds go by and I'm getting annoyed because I feel a hand, a clear hand, what feels like a human hand on my stomach. And it's only me and this woman in the room in her house. So I was about to open my eyes and say, "Would you mind just raising your hand off my stomach, please?" I open my eyes. The woman's nowhere near my stomach. The woman is at my feet, and she's got her hands about, I don't know, 3 inches away from my feet, sending the energy towards the bottom of my feet. I'm like, "What on earth?" I felt the hand on my stomach even when I opened my eyes, and I could not see what was touching my stomach. So I was confused as anything. And it wasn't a horrible thing that the hand was doing. It was clearly healing, trying to help her heal me. It was an angel, basically. But I couldn't, my psychic gift doesn't allow me to see that realm. Only in my dreams I can receive messages from that realm. Uh, and angel numbers. I'll definitely get songs in my head or angel numbers, or like I'll get messages and I can recognize them, but it's not visual like that. I can hear. I have what they call is it clairaudient? Clairaudience, where you can hear spirits sometimes, and it's not like you're schizophrenic hearing voices in your head. It's not that. And I can clear sentient, where you get the knowing, and it's more than intuition. It's you're receiving the messages to pass on to help others. Anyway, so then I'm thinking, whoa, I something is healing me through my solar plexus, my stomach. So then I didn't tell her that I felt this, so I just shut my eyes and thought, wow, this is a bit freaky, but I know that angels exist. I know that good things exist. I can feel there's nothing evil in the room touching me. So then I get up after, and then she said, "How do you feel?" And I was like, "Yeah, I do feel calmer. I do feel better. I do, She was like, "Drink a lot of water. You'll sleep better tonight." And I was like, "Okay." And then she goes, "Oh, I have a message for you." And I went, "Oh, okay." And she goes, "They wanted to tell me that it was the angels working on your solar plexus. They were touching your stomach." And I went, "Oh, how did you? I didn't mention that to you. What? They just told you that?" And she said, "Yeah, you were wondering who's touching my stomach. You're saying it in your head, like, stop touching me." Like, but it wasn't me. And as you saw when you opened your eyes, it was them. There was so much negativity on you from the pain of your past and whatever, that energetically they needed to give me a bit of extra help to push all that negativity out of your sort of stomach and pelvis area. So it was like my stomach and pelvis area had always felt like I had digestive problems, like when I would when I was young, all the stress and the pain and having to bottle up your feelings, I always used to feel like it manifested physically. Sometimes the pain and the grief of your mind, it then makes your body ache, because you can get like fibromyalgia, which is what I have from years of stress and exposure to stress that you can't escape, violent situations, abuse, whatever. And yes, I definitely have that. And then you can't get rid of that. It's like too much stress hormone in your body, cortisol in your body, and it can't leave because you're constantly stuck in fight or flight mode. And I just got stuck in fight mode. And what did they say? Fight. Um, when you're, confronted with something that's horrible. And so when I what was it? Yeah, so it was like the was it complex PTSD as well? That is something you get from being constantly exposed to violence or abuse or bad situations for a long extended period of time. Because PTSD, without the C at the beginning, that is when there's one traumatic event and you're being reminded of that. Like when someone hit my car, the back of the car, and they were drunk. They were hungover, so they were still kind of drunk from the party early hours of the morning. Then in the morning, they're not fully functioning, but they're driving, and then they hit three cars. So luckily, they only clipped. Well, they more than clipped it. They bashed into the left side of the back of my boot, the trunk, and smashed the headlights and left a massive dent. And luckily, didn't lose control of the car. But the way it shunted us was like really made us have whiplash, because the seatbelt had to slam you back. But luckily, no one was hurt. You just had a bit of neck pain, whiplash, and the airbags didn't deploy, thank goodness, because that can break your nose sometimes. When obviously it's better than going through the windscreen if you want to live, or with a face. But you know, I've heard people say it's like it's so forceful, the airbag. Yes, it saves you from life-threatening injuries, but it can still give you injuries. So when that happened, and luckily we were quickly, all the cars that were hit were able to get to the hard shoulder, because this happened on the motorway, which is like the freeway or the highway for other countries. And we thought, when we saw two other cars go over to the left hard shoulder, we thought they hit us. We were like, oh, what happened? So then they're asking us what happened, because it was so sudden. Like, we didn't even see what happened, because when we're looking back to see who hit us, they've overtaken us and kept going, the little bastards. But luckily no one was killed, luckily no one was hurt. I had my elderly mum in the back, and so she was on the side that got hit, closer to the boot, but luckily it wasn't damaged enough that it reached her. But it shook us, quite bad, enough to have whiplash, but we got over it. But the weird thing was, when we were like days later, weeks later maybe, when we were just out and about in regular life, I would suddenly get a flashback, a really clear flashback of the sound of the bang when the other car hit us. And it was like, oh, what is that? And it was literally involuntary. I didn't want to hear it. Or if I heard a car backfire or some kind of noise, or someone dropped something that made a loud bang, it was like how they say soldiers could be shell shocked from, when they come home from war, they hear they hear a bomb type sound, a bang, a firework, anything that's loud, it makes them think, oh my gosh, and it makes them have a flashback or a panic attack that they're back in the war zone. And I asked my best friend who was with me, I said, do you ever get a weird flashback of that moment, remembering the scare, like not scared, but like worried, like shit, what happened, and being like, oh my god, we got to get over to the you know, hard shoulder, the area that's safe for you to pull over on the motorway or the highway if there's a problem. And the weirdest thing was that those people who hit us and the other three cars, I had a dream that this was going to happen. So I'd been given a premonition weeks before, had no idea it was going to happen that day at that time. I just had been given the premonition that there was going to be a car incident. And the weirdest thing was I totally forgot about it. So this is 3 weeks later when it happened. And I kind of didn't realize it was a vision at the time. I should have realized with my psychic gift, but I just was like, well, why would I be driving on the motorway and, you know, like in someone else's car? Because what I didn't realize at the time was I was in the body of the people. They put me to look through the eyes of the people who hit our car to show me why, what happened to them, why they weren't in control of their car. Now, at the time, I had no idea what I was seeing, but I'll describe it now. So I'm in the vision, and you can always tell if you have psychic gifts, you can always tell when it's a vision, not a dream. Sometimes you just have a wackadoodle dream and it means nothing. Sometimes you have a dream and certain things in the dream, if you look it up in a dream dictionary, it does mean things. They are messages, but they're like minor messages, just letting you know, like, here's a heads up, this is going to happen, here's, you know, but it's never direct. It's always a bit mysterious. You have to know and learn everything. And a lot of it I learned from my mum's people. But yeah, it was weird because I'm in the body of this other driver. I'm behind the wheel of a car that's not my car. There's a female passenger. So I think I'm in a male's body. And I'm looking down at the wheel. And the wheel is on the in England, we drive on the left-hand side of the road. And the steering wheel is on the right-hand side of the car. So I'm in the right-hand driver's side of the car. And I'm driving. No, sorry. Oh my God. I got to try and shorten these stories. Like, people always tell me, you take a long time to say your stories. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I got a lot to say. My brain is weird. Anyway, please forgive me. So, first of all, I wake up in the dream vision, and I'm in the guy's body in a house. That's it. I'm at a house party. I'm drinking a lot. I'm drunk, very drunk. And I fall asleep on the couch. Then I remember, oh, I have to get back to where I'm from. So I've driven up the highway, the motorway to another city for a party, or whether it's a friend's birthday or whatever. I'm not in my city. I don't live there. I don't live nearby. I got to drive on the motorway to get back to my work or my house. So me and the passenger get in the car in the morning after drinking all night. So we have barely had any time to drink any water to sober up. We're still half drunk and I'm driving. But I think, well, I've had a sleep and I had half a glass of water. I'm fine. And then we get in the car. Everything's fine. We're driving. We enter the highway. And then I start losing control of the car, and my passenger grabs the wheel thinking she's going to straighten it out, and she yanks it to the left. And that is how we start veering diagonally, clipping two cars, like hitting the back of one, clipping one's wing mirror, and then slamming full force into the left side of my car, and then driving on ahead and did not stop. That is what happened, apparently. So when we felt and heard the bang and felt the shunt of the impact, we all looked backwards. Now, obviously, I couldn't look back for long because I have to keep control of the car. So I just flicked back like, what the F, you know, and all of us are like, oh, you know, and then I'm like, everyone stay calm. I'm going to get off onto the hard shoulder. So luckily, no one's panicking. No one grabbed my wheel like an idiot. And we get over safely. I don't know who saw it. No one else stopped. The only people who stopped were the ones who got hit. And so, yes, actually, it was 3 of us, not 4 of us. So I was one of the people, and 2 other cars stopped in the hard shoulder and parked with hazard lights on. And then when we get out of the car and we're looking, oh, sorry. So that dream ended. So once I'm in the dream, dream vision shows me that it's the passengers. Well, something happened. Either their wheel popped, like maybe their tire burst, or something happened to spook the driver. I'm not sure if they were falling asleep and then they suddenly woke up and started wiggling the wheel crazy. I don't know. But something happened that spooked the driver, who I was in the body of, because all of a sudden they just started losing control of the vehicle, and then they panicked because they're not in their right mind. They're too drunk to, or maybe they're just not a great calm person, because I didn't panic. Some people panic and will cause a pile up, and some people will safely get out of the way with their vehicles. Everyone's different. They're a bit irresponsible, so maybe they're not the kind of people who would be calm under pressure. I don't know. But anyway, and I'm not judging anyone that's drunk and drive. I would never do that, and I'm not judging anyone who has. I've been in the car with people who have drank and drive, and I've put my life in danger by saying, well, I have to get home, don't I? And they're thinking, I'm drunk, but I have to get home, don't I? And they get in their car, and I know they're drunk, and I get in the car with them. And I took my life in my hands to say, okay, well, if they crash this car, I chose to get in the car with them. I knew they were drunk. I didn't drive at that time, so I don't want anyone to feel like I'm judging you. I'm not judging you. I'm not perfect. Whatever. So I saw that the stupid passenger grabbed the wheel, yanked it over so hard, way too far. Clearly this idiot didn't drive, because if you drove, you would know not to pull the wheel over that far to straighten the car out, So then, this isn't the movies, you idiot. So then the vision showed me hitting a car, and I couldn't see the license plate of the car, but then I woke up because I was like, whoa, this is bad. What's happening? So I woke up, and then I didn't think about it for 3 weeks. I just thought, what a weird vision dream. And it didn't show me. That's why it didn't show me or anyone I knew, because obviously it's not me, and it's showing me through the body of the people who hit us. That's why I wasn't panicking like, oh no, I'm going to be in an accident, and this has happened before, where my mum has had premonition dreams as well, but we couldn't stop the event. It was just weirdly trying to give you a heads up, but at the same time, it was like a sneak peek of the future, but we couldn't stop it. So it almost felt like, what was the point of that? But it was almost like trying to show you, well, it wasn't deliberate. It was, this is what happened. They didn't intentionally drink drive, but they were irresponsible, and this is what happened. This is you are put in their body to see it through their eyes. A bit like when you die and go back home to the spirit world. You'll be given a life review. You'll be shown the life you've been living down here, and any pain that you were made to feel, the people when they die who made you feel that pain, they'll be made to feel how you felt, and then you'll be made to feel how anyone else felt when you made them feel pain, even if it was unintentional. And karma is real. Karma is a real thing. That's why we do have to be careful how we treat each other. That's why I hate to lose my temper and lash out at people, because I know I didn't mean it, and now I'm racking up bad karma. Because even though I'm a good person, if someone does something terrible to me, even though those terrible people deserve, justice against them, but it's like, if I take revenge on them, I know I'm going to get karma, even though I'm taking revenge against a terrible person. But there's times when I said, I accept that. I accept that I'm going to get karma for what I'm about to do. I'm sorry for what I'm about to do. Please forgive me, but I cannot let this go. I can't sleep right because this person did this terrible thing to me, and the legal justice system don't care. No one is doing anything. It's like you don't want to be a vigilante but some situations, in my opinion, require you to take action into your own hands. It's not because you want to be a bad person. It's not like that. But anyway, so yeah, it was really strange how, I had that vision dream. And then when it happened, I remember thinking after, like when we're getting the car fixed at the garage, and the mechanic's talking, and he's like, "Oh, you're lucky because I can just fix that real quick. It won't be expensive." But the trouble was the boot was dented in a way that it didn't lock properly, so that pissed me off because I'm like, "Oh, great! Now the boot might just fly open." And so that did cost some money. At first we thought it was just the headlights and the dent, and they were like, "Oh, I wouldn't even worry about the dent." A lot of people are car proud, but a lot of people people will laugh at you if you got dents in your car. Like, it shows you're a bad driver. Even though, what if someone else hit you? Then you're not a bad driver. But I was just embarrassed, like, "Oh, great! Now I got a dent in my car. It looked like I can't drive." But yeah, eventually I did have to get the boot lock fixed because I felt like it wasn't safe to leave anything in there because it could pop open or be jimmied open with a crowbar, because it wasn't central. The central locking was misaligned as well. Anyway, so yeah, it was really strange because when I told the people who were with me in the car, like, "Oh my god, I think I saw this. I think I saw a premonition of this," and I was explaining everything. Um, yeah, it's really strange. I had, like, my mum tell me she had, like, a premonition when she was younger of a truck, like a big lorry, like an 18-wheeler on its side in a high street, blocking the high street. Something happened, an accident, and the big, truck flipped on its side. And when she told my older sister's dad this in her forced marriage, he was like, "You're a witch and you're evil." And she was like, "No, I'm not. I didn't create anything. I'm just telling you, I saw this weird." I think, oh no, the reason he was saying all this horrible stuff because he was an evil, nasty guy anyway. So he's projecting. He's the evil one. And but it was weird because I think she saw it 3 weeks before. It always seems to be free. Things seem to come in threes. Like they say, I don't know if people say this in other countries, but in England we say tragedies come in threes, good things come in threes, the Holy Trinity is free. I don't know, like, people, something about free. The number three. But yeah, it's weird because I don't know. Like, she must have went, like, 3 weeks later. She went to a high street, a local shopping mall bit, and the shops are on the street as well. And then she saw the scene she'd seen in her premonition. That's how she knew it was a premonition. At the time, she weren't sure why she'd seen this dream, but then she realized that, "Oh, this is deja vu. I know everything in the scene that I'm seeing in the street." And then when she told him, then that's when he's saying, "Oh, you're a witch. You must be a witch. How would you have seen that?" And she's like, "Well, I didn't ask for this gift." Sometimes it feels like a curse, but because you don't want to know too much, like, you want to know good stuff. When you get good messages, it's like, "Oh, great, this good thing is going to come into my life." But majority of the time it's bad news. And I'm not laughing at that. I'm just laughing like, "Oh, sod's law." Like, in London we say sod's law, meaning like, "Oh, great, I'm always going to get the crap end of the stick." And then we say, "Oh, sod's law" means I'm always going to get the crap. I don't know if people say that out of England. But yeah, it's really strange to me how like, yeah, my mum even said she saw, like, my brother get what was it, before he got hit by a car. He did survive. I think because he's disabled, he wasn't reacting like a normal person. So even though he was functioning enough to go to a college, like a community college course, and go on the bus by himself and stuff, but he would see a bus that he needed across the street from him and just run out in front of a car like a child, because obviously mentally he's not at an adult's responsible thought process. And twice, possibly three times, he got hit by a car. Luckily, not enough to cause severe injury. I think he did have a bit more of a severe limp. Well, yeah, his limp got more severe over time, but I don't know if that was to do with the accidents. I don't quite remember. I think he always had a bit of a limp, and I don't know. I don't remember. We weren't so close. There was a period of time where I pulled away from my family and I didn't know what was going on with him. But yeah, it was weird because 3 weeks before, like I keep telling you, it always seems to be the number three. And she saw her dead uncle, who used to come through often. He was the uncle who betrayed her. He was part of the reason she's so messed up, is because he he and his sister forced her to marry the abusive husband just because that family were considered more rich, but she never benefited from the money because all they did was beat her and use her as a servant. And he had been her favorite uncle and been so good to her growing up, and then suddenly he married her off to his stepson, even though they're not related genetically. It was still creepy and close because you're in-laws, but he's married this horrible woman, and then her son is who they forced her to marry, but then they just used her like a maid and a servant. And when she sort of wanted to fight back, because she was only like 15 and a half, or when she first was like around this family, and then suddenly by the time she was 18 she was forced to marry this guy. And it was really weird because she said that the uncle just turned on her, like she couldn't believe he was so different. He didn't protect her from the violence. He didn't, care about her. He didn't, even though, but when she was growing up, he was her favorite uncle. But obviously, that was a mask, being nice to her then. So anyway, when he was on his deathbed, he kept getting someone to ring her, my mum, and she didn't even know it was him or that he was dying, but she started getting weird messages and indications, like church songs that we play at like Jamaican funerals. Like there's certain songs we always play, like Amazing Grace, and I forgot the other one, but there's certain church songs that are like gospel black church songs. And when she woke up and she had all these heavy, sad church hymns and songs in her head, and she thought, oh no, I bet someone's dying or something's going to happen, I'm going to get bad news. So then the phone kept ringing and she didn't feel like answering because she knew it was going to be bad news. And I don't know why she didn't answer, but because I would have wanted to know what's going on, but for some reason she avoided it. And this was like an old style phone where you can't see, it's not a mobile, this is like a landline. It doesn't have any display telling you what number it is. It was just ringing. And then she said, like, this is stuff she's told me. So if it's true, I hope it's true. But it's like she's been known to lie. But no, but I assume this is true. And then she said that she knew someone was dead or dying, but she didn't want to hear it that day. She was like avoidant. I don't know. And like I said, I would want to know, but for her, I don't know, she was very avoidant. I don't know why. Like, to me, I want to face everything head on, no matter how painful. And that's not easy either, but that's just the way I am. I don't like to avoid things. Like for me, I can't go silent easily. I find it hard to give people silent treatment. Like if I give you silent treatment, I must really be upset with you because I want to talk to you. I want, like, if I give you silent treatment, it might be because you asked me for space. So I might be respectfully giving you that space. So you might think, that's weird. She used to call me every day or message me every day. Now I haven't heard from her for 7 days. But if you told me, I don't want to hear from you, I'm going to say, okay, you asked me not to bother you, I'll give you a week. You know, in my mind, I'm doing what you asked me. Whereas, like, when, if you're taking it a different way, you're thinking, oh, she's upset with me. I'm not going to give her the satisfaction of calling her, you know. And when I'm not actually meaning you any harm, because of course I want to talk to you, but I don't want to invade your life. I don't want to, you know, like for me, people will think, oh, you're calling me too much because you're obsessed with me. No, I have OCD and I tend to do things repetitively. Like I can't help that. Also, anger makes me repeat things. So, like if I was knocking on someone's door and I knew they're behind the door and they won't open the door and we've had an argument and they're just like, no, I won't let you in. I don't want to talk to you right now. Obviously, if I was angry and I didn't want to leave the argument to another day, I just want to clear the air and get it over with, but you're refusing my request, then I might knock harder or knock longer or, you know, and then that person, instead of just letting me in and then it would be over, we could talk and calm down, they're winding you up more, whether intentionally or unintentionally. You know what I mean? So it's like for me, if I was to ring someone multiple times in a row, there's two things that could be going on. Either you've triggered my anger and I know it annoys you. So I'm now saying, well, you're annoying me, so I'm going to annoy you. And it's a petty thing. Or I genuinely am in a little bit of a OCD loop where I'm like, oh, I can't stop myself tapping this button. Oh no. You know, it could be one or the other. More likely it's anger, but like there are times when there is a genuine OCD thing and I can't stop myself touching a button. Only people with OCD, like true messed up OCD, where you can't stop yourself doing something, will understand what I'm talking about. Because sometimes you'll be like, I don't even want to touch this button anymore. Why am I touching this button? I want to leave the room. Why am I touching this light switch 100 times? Like, it's crazy. So see, I'm not perfect. I've got crazy things too that I can't control, you know, that I wish I could control. But yeah, it's like when when she said that she didn't answer the phone, then I think that was when the uncle was alive. He was getting people to call her because I don't know if he wanted to apologize to her because he knew he was dying. I have no idea. I had not met that uncle. I don't even have a photo of him, I don't think. But so that would be my great uncle, as in my mum's brother. And when she did finally answer the phone, like a day later or something, then they informed her of his passing. And they kept saying, why didn't you answer the phone? He was asking for you. He was asking for you. And she was like, oh, well, I kind of knew something was wrong. I didn't know it was that, but I kind of knew someone was dying, but I was afraid to answer the phone. And they were like, well, he was asking for you. He was saying he was sorry. He'd done you wrong. He knows he was wrong. And she was like, well, what good is a deathbed confession? What good is that? You watch them beat me. You watch them abuse me. You watch them make me sleep in the bathtub because I fought back. You know, you saw the abuse. Why did you bring me into this place? You know, and so yeah, I do have compassion for the things my messed up parents have suffered. I don't forgive the monsters they became and what they did to me, no way, but I do have compassion for when they were a powerless young person and adults around them chose not to protect them, chose to subject them to things or turn a blind eye when they were subjected to bad things. And you know, that's awful. And it's like, one thing I noticed is that, yeah, she's told me that that uncle came back through her dreams, because we have this gift, this psychic gift, and kept trying to talk to her, trying to tell her, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. And she would always say, get away from me, get away from me. I don't want to talk to you. Then eventually, like when I was older and she would tell me stuff, I said, oh, do you still see him in your dreams? And she's like, yeah, like often he'll come through and try and talk to me, and I'll just turn my face. I don't want to talk to him. And it was weird. And I said, maybe you should speak to him. Like, obviously, if he will stop coming through when you talk to him. You know what I mean? Like, clearly he's not going to stop coming through if this has been going on for years. And she said, well, sometimes he'll bring me messages and let me know that something's going to happen. And I was like, can he bring the lotto numbers, the recent lotto numbers? And she was like, no, they're not allowed to do stuff like that. I was like, oh, it's like you're not allowed to use any gift for personal gain if it's bad, like if you have bad intentions. I mean, I was saying, well, I will use the lottery money to help people, but it's like, no, it's like it doesn't work that way. So when I told her that, then I said, try and control the vision when he comes in, try and be aware. But then she kind of said, okay, I'll do it. And then the next morning she told me, oh, I kind of freaked out in the vision dream. I started saying, you're dead. Oh my God. I was like, why did you freak out? You knew he was dead. You knew he was coming back from the spirit world. He's not coming back as a zombie chasing you. What? Like, he looked younger than he was when he passed. That's what usually happens. People will choose an age when they felt strong and happy and whatever. But so someone might come back as much younger, or a medium age, like 30 or something. So then it was weird, and I said, what did you freak out for? Like, so anyway, that was weird. But then, like I was talking before about the premonitions, he came through before my brother, 3 weeks before my brother got hit by a car the first time. He came through and said, well, he didn't say anything, which was weird. I thought, why didn't he just tell her, you have to watch your son, he's gonna. But then if it's fated to happen, I guess they can't do anything about it, so I just thought, well, if the the incident's going to happen, like, why even worry us by bringing us the indication, the message? So basically he reenacted what was going to happen. So the uncle was wearing the same outfit my brother was wearing, and we didn't know that obviously until after, when my mum told me that, oh my gosh, now I see he was wearing the outfit that your brother was wearing the day he got hit by the car, but we didn't know that till after, right? So when oh gosh, sorry, notifications. Gosh. Hold on. Yeah, so when they were, he was, the uncle who had passed was trying to show her what was going to happen. He literally crossed the road and the car just missed him, but he's looking at her like he's trying to show her, almost like a mime or like charades, trying to show you without telling you, right? So in the dream he's crossing, but the car just misses him. Now, we know, me and my mum, I don't know how we know, but we know that certain things are opposites in our dreams, visions. Like, if you see a lot of people at a wedding, it means a funeral. If you see a lot of people at a funeral, it can mean a wedding. If you see a pregnant lady, it means a death. So it's like life means death, death means life, black means white, white means black. It's very confusing, but this is how we've proven these things, because whenever I saw a wedding, then I would get invited to a funeral. Whenever I saw a pregnancy, I would hear about a death, or certain things that you worry about when you, like, if you dream about fish, someone's going to be pregnant, like you're going to hear of a pregnancy. It's weird, like, and a lot of this is documented. Like, dream dictionaries even have the same descriptions, so someone's knowing this. It's not just us making it up. So when you see, like, how I said the car just missed my mum's uncle in the vision, that if we work it out, I would say, well, that meant, but we're doing it in hindsight. So obviously, when she got the vision, she wasn't completely sure what was going on. And so obviously, in my mind, when she told me, I said, well, I now know that that means him letting the car miss him means the car will hit the real person. And but the fact that he survived, means we were just getting a heads up, I suppose. Same with like when I got the vision of me, sorry, driving in the people's car who was going to hit us, because it wasn't going to be a fatal accident. Then I guess we're just getting a heads up, like, don't worry. But it's still confusing. It's very confusing. I like growing up, where I lived from like, let me think, age 14 to say age 13 to say 16, that house was haunted as hell. It had a portal. It was so full of ghosts every night. There were literally light bulbs exploding over your head, and whatever was doing it would wait till you were walking under that light bulb to then explode it. It's so frightening. But because I'd grown up with all that, being in such a haunted house from a young age, even when I was very young, my mum told me, I would come and say to her, who's that man in the hallway? And my mum would be like, what man? Because she couldn't see. We could only see, when I was a kid, every kid and animal can see spirits. But when you get past a certain point, you're not going to what is it? You're not going to see every spirit every time, because unless you're a psychic medium who has a certain amount of power, unless that's your gift where you can see them as well as talk to them, it's like different levels to these gifts. So my gift, I don't always see them. I can see things, like, but I'll see them as an orb or a mist. I'll see them as I can see them more clearly when I'm half asleep. So if I was half asleep and then I felt an energy in the room and I started to open my eyes while I'm still half asleep, my mind might still be, my third eye might be open, I guess, because that has happened where I've been asleep and I've heard people talking as if someone was in my room, and I'll open my eyes like, oh my God, has someone broke in? And as soon as I wake up, I can't hear it anymore. But then I'll go back to sleep and I'll hear like loads of people talking in my room, and I'll be like, this is not a dream. And I'll wake up but not open my eyes and still kind of hear it and get confused, like, am I going crazy? But I'll know it's not me being crazy. It's just there were always spirits in the house, in the room. I just could only hear them when I was half asleep or fully asleep. That's when they could talk to you or enter like the dream state, the dream space. It's almost like you can astral project when you're asleep as well, like your 5D self, your spirit self is freer during that frequency, because your brain level has relaxed down to a different frequency, a different level that enables things to come through. It's strange. But yeah, so when I was very small, like 4, I remember my mum's friend passed away, like one of her good friends, this nice English lady, and I think she was called Pauline, and she was planning to go on holiday with my mum. They'd already paid for it, and she had passed away a few weeks before. So I had no idea. I loved the lady. She was a good friend of my mum. My mum said, everyone loved her, and I knew her. And no one told me she had passed because I was just 4, and we didn't go to the funeral. Or my mum went, but she didn't take me, and I didn't know the lady had passed, right? So we go on the holiday because it's already paid for. And we were meant to borrow the lady's suitcase as well, because my mum didn't have loads of luggage. And so my mum had already packed the suitcase that belonged to the lady for us. So anyway, my mum has everything packed, she puts her keys in her pocket after she locks the front door. And then she goes outside. There's two doors. There's a door to the apartment, and then there's an external porch door that it's like a communal hallway where the other flat can come into with the meter reading box, the gas meter and the electric meter for the man to read. And then when I was 4, so I'm not really aware what's going on. This is my mum relaying the story to me years later that I'm telling you. So then I go, I keep saying me. So she goes to check her pocket again. You know, when you've just locked the door, you put your wallet and keys or whatever in your pocket, but you double check. So she literally just put these keys in her pocket after locking the two doors. And we're leaving early in the morning, like 6 in the morning, to catch the coach to this place called Butlins or Puntins, which is like a family holiday place that's kind of like a Disneyland, but for poor people. So it's got theme park rides, and this is where all the working class poor people go who couldn't afford to go to Disneyland. And so, you know, it had water parks and rides and, you know, shows like Las Vegas, but for families, whatever. And so she checks her pocket again after we've walked up the street a little bit. Something tells her, check your pocket again. And she checks her pocket. There's no key. There's no bunch of keys. And she's like, what the? Did I drop them? So she's looking back up and down the street. Where's my key? Where's my key? And she can't find it. She goes back to the house thinking, well, how are we going to get back after? So she's now panicking. And she was like, there's no mobile phone at this time. She didn't have one. So she's like, oh my God, I can't get back in my house if we come back from this holiday. Like, I'm going to have to get a locksmith, but then we're going to miss the coach. And she didn't want to miss the holiday, you know, because it's really expensive, and we didn't go on holiday a lot. I mean, we did, but it was day trips. This was like a week or two, and it was a big deal. So when we went, sorry, I keep saying we, when she went back to the house, she jimmied open one of the easiest windows to break in, and she put my brother through, who was small, so he could get through the window. And I remember thinking, how rubbish are these windows that she could just jimmy it open so easily, like with a screwdriver that was lying around. I was like, these windows are not good. Anyway, so then when she gets my older brother to get in, she says, open the door from the inside, because it's like a type you can unlock from the inside. And then even if you locked it from the outside, once you go inside, it can be opened. You know, it wasn't like a deadbolt that if you didn't have the key, you couldn't open it, luckily, because if it was, you couldn't open it without the key on the inside. So he went in and said, I saw the keys, but they're in the middle of the dining table. How did you lock the door? So when he's brought the keys back out, she said, you saw me lock the door with the keys. He said, yeah, I did. That's why I'm confused. How did the keys get back in the house by themselves without our knowledge? So that was spooky. And my mum was like, oh, this is some paranormal crap. Like, what the? So she kept the keys in her hand, locked the doors, kept the keys in her hand, so that if they disappear from her fingers, you know, we will know. Like, but because it makes you feel crazy when things like that happen, because you're like, how did this happen? But we still, you know, we knew about paranormal stuff, but you know, she did, but it was still scary, because it's like, well, why is it taking your key? What does it want? We didn't know it was the friend trying to protect my mum from getting in a car wreck, a coach wreck. Hold on a minute, I got to charge my phone. One sec. Hold on, I'm nearly done. Okay, all done. Yeah, so she didn't know that it was her friend who had died, was trying to prevent her getting on the coach that they had both been destined to get on, because there was going to be a coach wreck, as in a coach crash, and people were going to get hurt. So she is trying to stop my mum, like delay her, you know. Anyway, so then my mum's holding on to the keys for dear life. She runs to the train station with us kids, and then we get on the train to wherever the coach is, and then we get on the coach. And when so this is a coach that is eventually supposed to crash. And when we I remember my mum said that she had a weird feeling, you know, because the key thing really worried her, because she thought, well, if it can do that, take the keys out of my pocket without my knowledge, what else can it do? She didn't realize it was her friend trying to protect her, you know, and she was worried, so she's anxious, and we're just kids, we're not really worried. So then it took a long time to drive there, and the driver got lost. So it's getting dark now, and he's an hour behind. Then he finds his way back to the correct route. So it's another delay, you see, another weird delay. And my mum's thinking, this is getting weird. Like, why is he now lost? Shouldn't he know where he's driving? Like, so that was, all these weird things kept happening. And then what else? Yeah, so then she said, then suddenly the coach just broke down. No obvious reason, brand new coach, got petrol, been checked, got its MOT, checked at the garage, everything should be working. And then the driver's even like, what is going on? I get lost, now the thing's broken down. So he, you know, checks, there's no smoke coming out, there's no reason for the engine to just shut off. The engine shut off. There's no smoke coming out, there's no bang, there's no nothing. So it was so weird. So then when so then the coach was stalled for so long that other coaches overtook it, other coaches going to the same place, you know, because it's a very popular place. And this particular black spot, anywhere that has a lot of accidents, anywhere that had a tragic occurrence, a massacre or road accidents where people died and blood was spilt, those places tend to be called black spots in England. I don't know if you call it that in other countries, but what they mean by black spot is you're more than likely going to have an accident too, because the ghosts of the people who had the original accident might show themselves in the road, and then you think it's a real person and you swerve because they just appear out of nowhere and you panic. You don't want to hit a person, or if you do, or if they appear too quick, you go through them, and then you sort of crash because you think you just hit someone, and then you freak out, you know, because you're scared and you crash or whatever. And so this particular black spot was not that far ahead of them when the coach suddenly shut off. Now the other coaches, the coach that overtook crashed now at the black spot. And then this is all stuff we found out after. So I don't know if people died, it could have just been a minor crash, but the fact that it crashed, and then my mum did feel like, well, that does feel like we were being protected, because all the delays made it so that our coach did not reach that black spot and crash, because obviously that crash has now created a diversion and we have to now go another way, you know. So yeah, that was really freaky. And as if that ain't freaky enough, when we got there, it was very late, there was no more food except rolls, like bread and ham sandwiches and cup of tea. There weren't no big dinner because they turned off the ovens and everything's been eaten, but they didn't want to leave you with kids without food. And obviously she didn't bring any food with her because we were expecting to get there in time for dinner and eat in the big dining hall or whatever. And so when we got there, we're alone in this big echoey large dining room, alone, and all the lights are on. This is my mum telling me this, by the way, so I don't remember any of this. I was 4 years old. Even though I have memories from when I was 1 year old, 1 year old's party and stuff, I have strong memories of certain events, but not the whole childhood, you know. Like from 5 onwards, I have very, very clear memories of a lot of stuff. But like my best friend, he don't remember nothing, barely, from his childhood, and he had a great childhood. That's the weirdest thing. Like, he had great parents who loved him, and even though his parents came from difficult childhoods, they made sure that none of their kids suffered the way they suffered. Like, and I really commend them for that. I really praise them and let them know how that is I let him know, you're so lucky, don't take it for granted, because when you don't have that, it's not funny, and it scars you for life. So when the rolls and the cup of tea has been given to us, we're just eating it, and we're in the empty dining room, and I look over at a table 2 tables over, and I go, "Oh, hey, Pauline." And my mum's like, "What did you say?" Because my mum's not told me anything. She didn't tell my brother the lady died. She didn't tell me the lady died. And I was close to her too. So I'm seeing her clear as day, like a person, because I'm able to see her like as solid as you or I sitting in the room talking to each other, right? So then when she waves at me and I'm waving at nothing, my mum's getting freaked out now and saying, "Why did you say that? Where's Pauline? How? There's no one here." And I said, "What do you?" And then she said that I used to be have a smart mouth and say, "I said Pauline is over there. Didn't you hear me? What did I say?" Like like I'm some New Yorker. Like, what did I say? Didn't I just say? Did I stutter? And then so it's weird because she was starting to freak out now, like, what the, how is my child who didn't know that my best friend died waving at my best friend, and we're in an empty dining room? So that freaked her out. Even though she knew about these things, it still freaked her out. Like, I'm more accepting of all the things that have the paranormal stuff, and uh, believing what is true, that we do come from the spirit world and come down here. But it took me a long time to properly embrace it, because even though I knew it, I always would rail against it, like, none of this makes sense, I don't understand. And I'm like, well, it's like people will say, "I don't believe you had a past life, but I believe in aliens." Well, why is it you believe in aliens, but my past life can't be true? Or you believe in God, but you won't believe that a ghost touched me when I was asleep, pulled my blanket off. Why do you not believe that? It's funny what people will say they believe in and not believe, even though none of it can be proved. But I believe it. It's happening whether you believe it or not. Her keys disappeared from her pocket and ended up back in a locked house. Explain that. It's just so many it can happen. Like, anyway, so then when we went to bed, because she started to freak out, and so we went to sleep, and she put all of us in the same bed. Like, I think she was scared, because I was like, well, I'm not scared, I'm waving at the friend, but she was like, let's all sleep in one bed tonight. Like, she's needing a human teddy bear. So then I'm fast asleep, and then I have no problem, because kids are just so innocent. What they see, as long as it's not hurting them, and I knew she was a good soul. She was always kind to me. So when we're asleep, my mum said she had a dream, and she saw the friend come through and let her know she was okay. But she came through young, and she looked just like her niece, who looked just like her, with long dark hair. And I thought she thought she was seeing the woman's niece, and I said, no, what you were seeing is her coming through as her younger self. She's chosen a younger age to show herself. So that was the age when maybe she was happy, or that was the age when she wasn't sick or going through pain or going through abuse. Like, you have the option up in the spirit world to change, to choose the age you were happiest. Or if you died at 80, you can choose to be 20 again, and that would be your spirit body. So when you show yourself down here on earth, when you come back down to in visitation to watch over your loved ones, or you come to visit when new grandkids are born, who it happens after you've passed, but you want to watch over them, yeah, those things are real. So when hold on, oh gosh, yeah, so when she explained all this to me, and I said, well, that's interesting how she saved you. It was scary to you because you didn't know why your keys were missing, you didn't know why the coach stalled, you didn't know why the driver got lost. That is scary. But if you look back, she was saving you. Something was going to happen, because why did that coach crash? After it overtook you guys, it crashed at the black spot, and then your coach had to go on a diversion to a safer route. You understand? So yeah, so that was really cool. a cool story to me, because I didn't even remember it. But you know, yeah, I know for a fact that when you're a certain age, well, I think up to a certain age, if you're gonna have psychic powers, sorry, if you're not gonna have the psychic medium one where you can see spirits for your whole life, you'll lose the ability to do it at maybe 10 or 11 or 12. Like, it depends, but if you're going to be psychic for the rest of your life, as in a medium who can channel spirits, see them, talk to good angels, you'll definitely have that gift for the rest of your life. But if you lose it, then of course you're going to be frightened by things you don't understand. you know I mean, I remember clearly in my bedroom there was a portal, and I remember feeling it. I couldn't see it, but I put my bed, like when I first moved there, and I used to always be a bit fussy about where I put the head of my bed. I don't know why I was so fussy about it, but I used to be like, it has to be at the chimney breast. I wanted it at the chimney breast, because the way the rooms are, they were old Victorian houses, so they blocked the chimney, the fireplace. So it was always a bit of wall that stuck out, that was like plastered over, and people always used to like put shelves in between the gaps to like make the room look even. So many houses here are not brand new. All the new builds are rubbish. They're thin, paper thin. They don't work. Most stuff don't work very well. And yeah, it's kind of weird, because why would I want the bed at the chimney breast? Isn't that where the draft and the cold is going to come in? But for some reason, I just was really fussy about putting my bed there, and or I would never put my bed next to the window for some weird reason. I don't know why. And maybe it was an energy thing. Maybe it's because I could feel the energy could exit through the chimney, so it wouldn't stay around me. Maybe, I don't know. So then, when I moved my bed one time, I decided, why am I fussing over this chimney breast thing? I'm just going to move the bed. So I moved the bed into the best corner out of the way. But this is where I felt the portal. Now, I should have trusted my intuition, but I thought, nah, I'll just put the bed there. What's the worst that can happen? Every single night, something was moving, like dragging my duvet off, kicking like I had a laundry basket full of, it was a clean laundry hamper that I kept my clean jumpers in and stuff. So I had one for the dirty clothes, but I also had one for storage. Then I would fold all my lovely clothes, put them nice and neat, and it didn't have a lid. And then they'd be thrown all around the room. And I'd think, oh my God, did I do that? Did I wake up and sleepwalk? Because there were times when I was younger, I would sleepwalk. And even the sleepwalking was nothing to do with me. It was more to do with spirits trying to control you, because that happens. The house I was living in, funerals had taken place in that house, in the bedroom we were in, and I didn't realize. And the spirits kept showing me their funeral in the house, and then it's like you would start sleepwalking, because it's like they're trying to use you to be, like, that's people who are bound on the earth. So that's spirits who have died and they were too afraid to go to the light. They were too afraid to face judgment. Maybe they'd done something, maybe they'd taken their own life, or maybe they treated people badly here, so they didn't really feel that they could handle the judgment. If there was judgment, maybe they believed in heaven and hell, and they were worried, like, even though you do go to the spirit world, but those levels which people would describe as hell and stuff, it's different to what people think. And but like, yeah, it's really strange how there's just so much there's so many spirits stuck here on earth plane who won't go to the light for some weird reason. Some of it could be they're lost and they miss the opportunity to go to the light, or they are looking for other relatives who died and they don't realize they're in the light, so they're staying here looking for the child they lost. Or, like, if you think of people who die in disasters like earthquakes or 9/11, or things where the body, it's not obvious where their body is, it's not obvious what happened to them. They might have been trapped in the rubble that got cleared away and their body was never recovered, sadly. So then their spirit is wondering, where's my body, where's my burial, where's my, you know and then, like, oh, that reminds me, there was a story my mum told me, that in Jamaica, when her family were growing up there, because she's multiracial too, so when her part of the family that's from Jamaica were over there, they would tell her stories of, there was a massive train crash, I think, in Kingston, which is where they're from, the capital, and loads of people died on this terrible train crash. And there were stories of the wives of some of the men who died on there, that the husband's ghost came home. Like, they feel like they died so quickly that they didn't even realize they were dead, and they dusted themselves off, got in a cab, and looked like a real person. So the cab driver took them to the address and waiting for the money to be paid, and the person just opened the door of the cab, got out and went in the house. Then they're waiting like, what's going on? And then the person didn't come back out. So they knock on the door and say, excuse me, can you tell that man to give me my cab money, please? And then the woman would say, what man? And then they'd describe what he was wearing, and she'd say, that's my husband who died, like, in the train crash. Then at the time, some of our Jamaica family would say, oh, I bet he was just trying to get out of the cab fare. Like, I'm not laughing at death, sorry, but it just reminded me of a joke. They would say, nah, he's just trying to get out of paying like $5 for the cab, like, told his wife to say he died and he's a ghost. And I was like, no, don't laugh, it's not funny. So I'm not laughing at death or misery or pain, but I'm just saying that it just popped into my head that they had that silly sense of humor, like, no, he's not a ghost, he's just pretending. But yeah, like I said, it's not funny. A lot of people died on that train crash, and I'm so sad for the loss of life. And even though I know people go back home to a better place where there's no pain and suffering, but it's just still a lot of sadness for those left behind, who have to grieve the losses. But yeah, I don't know, it's kind of strange. But yeah, so anyway, like, that did happen a lot, because the thing is, if that was a scam, if that was a Jamaican scam to, like, say that, why wouldn't people be pretending they were ghosts all the time? I mean, the city is so small, he would be seen again, you know what I mean? He would probably need a taxi again, like, he would be caught. So yeah, the fact that they could prove, no, that woman's husband did definitely die. That's why I'm saying I'm not laughing, because it's not funny. It was just remembering my family, the way they used to tell jokes. Some of them were nice, some of them were nice, but when you think about it, extended family who you don't really know, you don't know what they're like behind closed doors. You could be like meeting them for a couple weeks out of the year, and they could be your best friend and make you laugh your head off, but then they beat their wife, or they're a terrible person, or they hurt their kids. Like, that's the sad thing. People can show whatever mask they want or need to show up in the world to be welcomed, but behind closed doors, who knows what people are like. Yeah, but anyway, I've been on here like 5 hours. I didn't even mean to sit here that long, but because I had the day off, it don't matter. I was tired anyway, and just might as well talk. But yeah, I just want to say thank you for listening. And Mac, if you were listening, I'm really, really sorry I'm sorry I hurt your feelings. I'm sorry I hurt you with my words. And I understand if you don't feel you can get past it. But I wish you well, and I pray for you to have every happiness and success in your life. And You're strong. You can change your life. You just have to just try. Like, even if I'd rather try and fail than not try at all. And even if I fail 1,000 times, I will stand up and try 1,000 times more. Because what's the alternative, you know? And I'm always going to be rooting for you and always going to be hoping that everything is okay for you. And I hope you meet someone who treats you like a king. And just be careful, because so many people we meet, sometimes we're bored and we're tired, and they see that they see that sadness in us, or they see us hiding our weaknesses, and they feed on our weakness, and they see that we're in a state of, like with if I was an alcoholic and I go to a bar and someone sees she drinks a lot, she's always on her own, I can take advantage of that because she's vulnerable. I know her weakness, so I'm going to buy her as much alcohol as she wants because her addiction is going to make her want that, and then they're going to use that to control me, use that to take from me, make me compliant. And that's the sad thing. When you're down and out and don't care about yourself, I'm talking like when I felt down and out and didn't care about myself, you would allow others to take advantage of you. You were self-trash. You would just be like, anything to distract myself from my miserable life, And I'm not calling your life miserable. And I'm just, like when I did say all those horrible things, I didn't mean them. I just felt like, I just felt hurt because I, it looked like silence was being used to punish me, and it was just like, why do that? I really care about you. I prefer to get the verbal message that, hey, I don't want to talk right now, don't call me for 3 months if that's what you want. But the mixed messages of don't call me and then I don't call, then it's like, why aren't you calling? Okay, I'll call. Why are you calling? The mixed messaging, it's being done and it's creating problems. It's not making me obsessed with you, it's making me angry at you, and I don't want to be angry at you, and you don't want me to be angry at you. So it might work on other people that way, where when because I know you've said in the past that and you've admitted to me that when you want women to be obsessed with you, all you have to do is ignore them and they become obsessed with you. But why would you want to provoke obsession in a person? That's a dangerous thing to provoke. People who are obsessed are dangerous people. Yes, normal people can get attached, but to be obsessed, even if you push a normal person to be obsessed, there will come a time when they will pull themselves back and say, I have to stop myself feeding into this difficult situation. But someone who's dangerous will not have that barrier or that discernment to stop themselves crossing a dangerous line with you, because they're not, they're crazy. Like, don't provoke crazy people. And I'm not saying that you've provoked a crazy person with me. I'm just saying that with my anger issues and brokenness, your ways of handling things, you're reacting from your brokenness and your experiences. I'm reacting from my brokenness and my experiences, which is obviously going to clash. But why can't we find a common ground where we don't have to clash? Because I would never willingly, deliberately ignore you. And when I did do it because you did it to me and you admitted you did it to me, then you got upset. So I was like, ha, see, you don't like it, and I would only do it if I meant to annoy you, which makes me feel that, well, you clearly want to annoy me, that's why you're doing it. Because when I do it to you, it's not okay. You see it as disrespect, you see it as me trying to make you feel bad, like you don't matter. That is why I was getting upset. Anyway, I've talked long enough, and I wish everyone around the world peace and protection. And anyone who's suffering, I'm so sorry for your suffering. I'm so sorry you're going through hard times right now. Please pray for strength and help to get you through whatever you're going through. And I just hope everyone can just get through this horrible life, just to complete our mission and then get out of this horrible life. But don't fear death. Don't get too attached to this horrible life, because this is not your real home. This is not your true home. And it's like, I know it sounds a bit weird me saying this, but nothing here even really matters. If here is not our real home and we're just here to learn lessons as if we're like actors in a stage play, if you can detach yourself well enough to still be a good person, to still help others, but detach yourself far enough that only the good things that matter here, sorry, only the good things that we do here really matter. So all the people who are like, oh, I have to get fame, I have to get power, I want to have loads of people kissing my feet, I want to feel like I'm the only important thing in the world. That's so sick. That's so pathetic, because when you leave this place and go home, you will not have those things and you will not be that person or that, so that's clearly some evil influence you're letting influence you for you to want those things. If you go into the world and you want good for others and you mean no harm and you're considerate, compassionate, dignified, have integrity, that those are the things that matter. And people really need to recognize that. It's so important, to recognize that these empty evil acts that people do for self-gratification, that's just insane, that you put so much into these evil things. You think these evil things matter and are what you should base your life on or include in your life. Like, it's so sad. There's so many deranged people down here. It's really scary, and I don't know. Anyway, I have to go. Thank you everyone for listening, and God bless everyone. Bye for now.